Good morning, everybody. It's 9:30, so time to start the Planning Committee. So I'd like to welcome you all to the Somerset North Planning Committee. I'm Kathy Pearce, Councillor Kathy Pearce, Chair of the committee, and to my right is Councillor Matt Martin, who is Vice Chair. We'll go through some housekeeping things first. If the alarm goes, it's a real thing. We're not expecting today, so if it goes, we'll just all proceed out through reception into King Square. Toilets are in reception should you need them, and there is some water on the table over there to your right. For visitors, please feel free to help yourself. So this meeting is a hybrid meeting, and that means that committee members are present in Bridgewater House, and the meeting is also available online via Teams. Please note that the meeting is being recorded. Can I remind all those in the room to please turn your mobile phones off or to silent? And can those joining us online please turn off your cameras and microphones so that the meeting isn't disturbed. I'll now introduce those taking part in the committee today. To my left are officers from our legal and democratic teams, and to my right are the planning officers who will present the applications. On the wings of the tables are the councillors who will debate and decide the applications. The format will be as per the published agenda, and a copy of the officer report can be found on the council website. Each application will be taken in turn as on the agenda. Officers will outline each application, followed by public speaking time. Only members of the public who have registered are able to speak, and councillors around the table will then debate and decide on each application. During the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a resolution. Members will vote on the proposal. Only members who have been present throughout the application will be able to vote. And the voting options are for, against, abstain or defer. Votes will be counted and the result announced. So that takes us on to the main body of the meeting and to the main agenda. And first we go to apologies for absence. Layla.
Thank you, Chair. I've received apologies from Councillor Hilary Bruce, Mike Murphy, Tony Grimes, Brian Smedley. It is hoped that Councillor Lance Doddridge will be here to sub for Councillor Grimes, and Councillor Ferguson has rung in to say he's stuck in traffic and he will be late.
Okay, thank you very much. Next we go to agenda item 2, which is declarations of interest. Dawn, Ms. Lehman, would you like to just go through the rationale, please?
Thank you, Chair. So can members raise their hand if they have any declarations of interest, please? So Bob Filmer.
Yeah, if I could just declare that I'm a member of the Axborough Drainage Board, so on any matters that they have commented on, I've not been involved in discussion at that level.
Thank you. Councillor Slocum.
I'm just to let you know that I'm part of the Bridgewater Town Council, but I do not sit on planning and nor have I entered into any discussions on it. But I also would declare an interest on application 2323 00010. I am predetermined and I'm speaking on that application, and I will sit as part of the audience.
And then you will leave the
And I
room
will leave
after
the
you've
room.
done your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, did you have your hand up?
I'm a member of the Power Drainage Board and also a member of the Quanta
The mic's not on there.
ALNB regarding the first application. That's all.
Was the member of the first application?
It's 2311.
And you've taken no part in any of the meetings regarding this application. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. Same as Councillor Phil, and I'm on the Axborough Drainage Board. I haven't spoken to anybody with any application, and I'm also the chairman for Burnham Irish Planning Committee. I have no.
Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, the same application 362311, Cricketer Farm. It's on my division, but I've taken no part in any discussions.
Councillor Ham.
Planning application 172337. I have taken part in discussions for that planning application, so I'll leave the room when that comes up this afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Item 3, which is 123-0002. in Ashcott is in my patch, and item 5, 502369, which is also in my patch. I've received communications about both those items, but I remain undetermined. Thank you.
So you're coming to the meeting, you're coming to the meeting with an open mind and we'll listen to all the merits of the arguments.
Yes, I am. I will. Thank you.
Thank you. And councillor Pearce.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, planning application 0824000027 regarding Northgate Bridgewater. It's in my ward and division. I'm also a member of Bridgewater Town Council, but I have not taken part in any discussions and I come to it with an open mind.
Thank you very much, councillor Pearce. So for the members of the gallery, where there are twin-hatted members, i.e. that they are also a member of the IDP or parish or town council, they are involved in the consultation process. So when you hear that members have said that they have taken no part, it means they did not hear the application at consultation stage, so they are not predetermined and therefore, will come to this committee with an open mind. Members that have said that they are predetermined or biased on any application before the committee, they will, unless registered to speak, as is with one of the members, subsequently leave the room and take no part in that application. Thank you. Councillor Filmer?
Yeah, can we ask one further question? There's application 82427 is the former Conservative offices in Bridgewater. Nothing to do with the application, but I don't know whether as members who've been involved with that building, do we need to declare anything?
If you've not been involved in the building, I think it's fine because you've taken no part, so you're keeping an open mind.
Thank you.
Councillor Hendry.
Yeah, I just realised I don't think that this was on the agenda. 38 North Avenue, Highbridge, 11/24/00041. I have actually been involved in this. I just forgot it was on there today, so I'll have to leave the room when this comes up. Thank you.
So you're declaring predetermination and you'll leave the room. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Which one did it? It's 11/24/31. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there, Councillor Ferguson.
No, it's my fault. I'm late and also sorry for being late. I'm just declaring interest in number 11. I believe it is, yeah. It's just the application is in my division, but I have no conversations concerning the application or property at all. So I come to the committee with a clear.
Mind, could you tell me the application number?
Number 11, so that is 17230003. So
Lovely, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Okay.
So that takes us on to public question time. There are a number of people who've registered to speak, and I will call you after the officer's presentation on whichever application you've registered to speak for. So that takes us on to the main body of the meeting, which is the planning application. So agenda item 4 on page 17, and this is the application for land at Cricketer Farm, Netherstowe. And this was a deferred application pending the site visit. But DeVries, if you can take us through the application, please.
Thank you very much. The last time it was before committee, there was a HRA that was done ahead of this. Members did determine and approve the HRA, so I'm not rerunning it for this committee. So the application did come to committee last month. It was deferred for a site visit to look at the impact in terms of the heritage assets with the listed buildings adjoining, and to sort of seek some further designs in terms of the block of flats. So the accommodation mix does meet what is set out in the housing needs assessment. So the main considerations are principal, landscape visual impact, historic assets, design and layout, ecology, highways, and drainage and flood risk. And in terms of updates, following the publication of the update report, we have had further comments because there was a 14-day reconsultation on the application to accommodate for an amendment to the block of flats that's gone from 3-storey to 2-storey. So in response to the consultation, the LFA National Highways have raised no further comments. NHS have confirmed there's no change in tenure, but they still require the contribution to the 106, which the applicant is happy with. The Housing Enabling Officer supports the changes and says it continues to deliver the required affordable housing and was satisfied between the integration between the market and the affordable. The Designing Out Crime Officer had no further comments, and Natural England commented that amendments are unlikely to have any significant effect. If there was a significant effect, we'd have to rerun the HRA, so we're happy we don't have to rerun the HRA. In addition to that, we have had 3 further letters of objection from 2 residents, raising issues in terms of loss of greenfield, losing the area of excellence status, increased traffic, limitation on GP places, noise and light pollution, the fact it was 3-storey development, but the revised plans, which were subject to 14-day, have taken it down to 2 stories. Impact on bats, which Natural England and the ecologists are happy with. Impact on Stowe Court, which was the purpose of the site visit. Dog fouling, which isn't a material consideration for planning, and the design of the development relative to the village. So I will just rerun the presentation as we did last committee, as some members weren't present for the last presentation. So this shows the location of the site and an aerial shot from Google Earth prior to phase 1 commencing. So on this side, you've got, this is phase 2, and it's in this location here. And the area to the front here is under construction in terms of phase 1. And this is a more recent shot, so you can see the start of phase 1 being built out here. Actually, from members' site visit, it has developed up to about this point now, with some compounds in this area. And also, I think members would have seen there's 2 large agricultural buildings, or commercial buildings actually, because they've got a gym in them, and some agricultural buildings further down here as well. So looking at sort of built development down this side, and members would have seen as well, there's a public right of way running up this way, and this is called Deer Leap. So when we come on to going through certain slides, I'll come back to that. So in terms of principle of development, there is a favour in terms of sustainable development under policy F1 and the LPPF. Netherstowe is a tier 2, which sets a minimum growth figure of 75. T2B does allow the release of other sites, provided they're supporting biohouses, housing needs assessment. So in 2023, there was a housing needs assessment done. It identified the need for 23 dwellings, and the tenure mix was 15 1-beds, 4 3-beds, and 4 4-beds. And that is what is being provided by this development. So it does meet the affordable housing need that's been identified. T2B does have a number of other criteria. I've set it out on this slide. So in terms of trying to meet that, we do look at whether it's an appropriate scale, accessibility and character, in terms of relationship with the existing settlement. The location does adjoin phase 1, so officers consider it forms a natural extension, and it is reliant on the existing infrastructure in terms of providing a safe crossing route from this site into the facilities of the village. The development also provides a number of pedestrian routes through the site and onto the surrounding rights of way, and the affordable housing is required to be integrated with the market housing, and the development should also enhance the environment and landscape and historic environment, including appropriate habitat creation. So in terms of layout, this is the amended layout. The main difference for members from the last layout is this block of flats previously was this big, finishing here. This extra bit is an extra 2-storey section, reducing the height of all of this to 2 stories. So this previously was a larger 3-storey unit, albeit at the lower level of the site. That's now been reduced to be 2-storey, and then the parking arrangement's been rearranged in this area here. That's the main amendment in terms of design. All the rest of the layout remains as previous. The layout of the site is accessed from the main road, served off a number of secondary roads or cul-de-sacs. There's a leap in the northwest corner, so just in this area here, and footpaths connecting across the bottom in the northwest corner of the site onto the surrounding rights of way network, and across the top of the site and down Deer Leap, adjoining the other right of way. So the development's been designed to merge into the existing with generous green surrounding and landscaped edges. The main amendment to the layout is the block of flats, which has been reduced to 2-storey and the footprint increased. So in terms of surrounding rights of way, the layout connects at the top of the site. There is a route proposed along Deer Leap, which is just along this edge here, and connections to the north of the site as well. So in terms of site visits, these images are taken from the applicant's LVIA, so it just shows sort of wide camera lenses of the site. So that's the adjoining commercial buildings on the other side. This is the top of the church and some of phase 1 down here. This has subsequently been built out a little bit more since then, but and then from off to the site visit, this is the boundary with the commercial. This is a view looking to the rear of the site where the spoil pile is, and that's where the rear boundary runs. So it literally runs along this section here. Members walked around this edge when we did the site visit. And this follows the view round anti-clockwise, showing the edge of phase 1. And a more distant view looking to the rear of phase 1 and the Deer Leap boundary across the site. So in respect of landscape and heritage impact, the application received an objection from the AONB. Views from the development would be at considerable distance, over 2 kilometres, and the site would be seen within the main body of the village in the foreground. The proposed site is outlined in red and lies at distance from the AONB, which is shown on this slide hatched in green. So this is the application site here. This would be the access road going down. The nearest point of the AONB is across this area here. And this is the main village area here. And it would appear within the context of the existing village. Therefore, it's not considered to adversely impact on the national landscape. So the landscape officer originally raised an objection to the application. Following submission of revised details, a policy comment was amended to provide a landscape and heritage response in terms of looking at it as a wider planning balance. There is substantial mitigation proposed, which comprises wide buffer landscaping along the western, northern and eastern edges of the site. It includes native hedge planting on the boundary together with scattered trees and scrub. And there are features to create a green infrastructure corridor linking the existing GI assets to the north and south of the site. Retention, protection and enhancement of the vegetation on the site boundaries is proposed, and they are integrating sustainable drainage with basins and swales in the eastern and northern portions of the site, and a series of rainwater gardens within and through the site. The proposal also includes strategic tree and scrub planting to soften the views of the built form from the surrounding landscape to the north, and they have positioned key trees in sort of views from the northeast towards the Pinnacle Hill. And a tree and planting strategy has been proposed throughout the site using a mixture of species which would help define the character of the site and create gateways to support and encourage wildlife. In terms of the public right of way, it would form a path of connections to the northeast and southwest, and they are integrating the landscape buffer delivered as part of phase 1. So there's a soft sort of green edge between phase 1 and phase 2. And they're including formal and informal play spaces to encourage use and exploration, as well as provide some integration to the surrounding landscape. So in the last committee meeting, there were concerns raised that the landscape officer's objection remained, because that was the original comment we had on the application. The landscape officer unfortunately has left us, but following the last committee, we have reconsulted another landscape officer from the council, so we have had a revised comment. So a further comment has now been received confirming that the development will result in harm, but this will be mitigated through the wide and well-planted landscape buffer around the site. And there were proposed amendments to condition 3 and 12, which are in the report. The details include native hedgerow mixed to supplement native trees and orchard trees, There's 4 different amenity planting mixes, including sensory planting, mixed swale seed planting and bulb planting. And subject to the imposition of the planting shown, there is no objection from the ecologist. The LEMP, which is the landscape management plan, would be secured through the section 106, which was actually a requirement for HRA, but that would also secure the landscaping for this site. So the only amendment not altered in the draft of the report, the landscape officer's comment is set out in the bold section at the top of the committee report. But condition 7 also needs a tweak because there was a suggestion about having a minimum girth for the trees and further information in terms of street trees, bulb and shrub planting around the swales, and for the details to be implemented and maintained as such once agreed, which the agent is happy with. So it's just a minor tweak to condition 7 beyond what's been published, but the other changes to conditions are on the published report in front of members. So in terms of location of the site, it is in close proximity to a couple of conservation areas and a number of listed buildings. The development site is separated from these by phase 1, and given the context of the adjoining commercial and agricultural buildings, the development is not considered to result in any additional harm in terms of character and context. So the policy response noted the concerns of the heritage officer and confirmed that they fell short in concluding the substantial harm. So the concerns, objections raised do need to be balanced against the wider benefit of the proposal. And in this case, it's the provision of 40% local affordable housing. The adverse impacts are noted, but they're not considered to be greater than that already consented on the scheme. And impacts can also potentially be mitigated through the proposed landscaping and layout. So there was a conclusion to raise no objection from the policy balance, and that remains the case. There was a heritage rebuttal submitted by the applicant to the conservation officer. We haven't got a revised comment from the conservation officer. So the only thing I can present to members is the heritage rebuttal. But officers were obviously satisfied with the rebuttal and with the balance that was undertaken. So the agents did provide the rebuttal originally in March to the conservation officer, the detail of which is set out in full on page 19 to 21 of the committee report. But the key points are summarised on this slide. So section 7 of the heritage statement did carry out a detailed assessment of the relationship of phase 2 and the heritage assets of Stowey Court and the Grade 2 Liverpool Church. The heritage specialist informed the design of phase 2 and also was the key consultant for phase 1. So members, when they carried out a site visit, would have seen phase 1 and the treatment between phase 1 and the listed buildings, which are close proximity. But it's for consistency and for understanding, it's the same heritage specialist that was involved in phase 2. Substantial harm, which is what would have to be concluded if we were refusing on impact on the heritage assets, is very clearly defined in planning practice guidance, and High Court decisions have also confirmed it's a high test if we're looking at setting. So it does say to have a serious impact on the significance of an asset and its significance with either vitiated altogether or very much reduced, which I did Google that word. It does mean like removed completely. So if the setting of the listed building is destroyed and removed completely, then it's significant harm. But if we're satisfied there is a degree of impact, but it's not significant, it wouldn't be sufficient enough in officer's mind to refuse the application. There was also a Secretary of State appeal decision which confirmed that impact on setting alone would be unlikely to be considered substantial harm. So they are material considerations for members to consider when looking at the heritage assets, in addition to obviously the information they've got through site. So through the site visit, members would have seen the more direct relationship of phase 1 with the heritage assets and been aware of the care that was taken in terms of the construction within their setting. The conservation officer was sent a rebuttal and approached for a further comment. following last committee, but this hasn't been received. Based on the above and the policy confirmation in terms of the need to weigh the benefits of the scheme against the harm, officers are still satisfied the impact has been adequately considered and mitigated, and that less than substantial harm would be outweighed in the provision of 40% affordable housing. So just looking at design, the site would form a continuation of the existing and would replicate the earlier design details with some variance in terms of porches, bays and gable detailing. The affordable housing is spaced throughout the site, whilst the proposal does propose blocks of flats. These have been sort of staggered throughout the development and the designs have been revised, but they do match the housing needs assessment. So this is now the revised elevation for the was 3-story block. So it's gone down to 2 stories and does have some varying sort of porch details and window details in terms of bricking. It's well located in terms of wider views, located in the lowest point of the site, and the window detailing and porch details match the main development. So officers are generally satisfied this is an improvement from what members saw at the last committee. In terms of floor plans, it is compliant with space standards and provides a carport, cycle parking and bin storage for the occupiers. And it does provide oversight of sort of the open space between phase 1 and 2 to the east of the development, and obviously has been reduced to 2-story following members' comments. This is the other 2-story block. It originally lacked some detail, but the banding for the windows and central gable porch were added, which I think ties in much better with the rest of the development. And again, this shows the floor layout with windows to the front and rear. And these are the affordable and 4 beds covering plots 14, 15, 48 and 49. And these are the 3-bed affordables, which is plot 50, 51, 53 and 54. And the next slide just shows a mix of the open market housing. So in terms of how they compare to each other, we're happy that they're sort of integrated. Okay, the site is accessed through phase 1. National Highways and the Highway Authority have raised no issues in terms of traffic generation. Whilst the Parish Council have raised concern this development would be served by the recently constructed traffic light junction, which is considered to be sufficient to take the additional increase for the size of the site. Highways are satisfied with the parking provision on site. The access and turning heads have all been tracked and shown acceptable layout. And there was a long debate with Highways in terms of street lighting due to the sensitivity of ecology. But this has now been agreed and conditions have been recommended and a travel plan is proposed to be secured through the section 106. Rights of way officer also raises no objection. So this plan in particular details the tracking, which I think members can just about make out on the slide. Majority of the properties have direct collection points for rubbish, the exception to this being the block of flats, which has got sort of rubbish area in the back car park area here. Apologies. This shows the drainage strategy for the site. In terms of surface and bowel drainage, the detailing has been agreed with the LFA and the conditions are recommended. There are 2 attenuation areas towards the rear of the leap, which would accommodate water exceedance flows in the event of heavy rainfall. The level of water in these would be low, with a gentle slope, so would not give rise to health and safety issues in terms of the play space. Consideration was also given to the location of the play space, and this was moved to ensure that it faced the highway to get maximum visibility over it. This also has 5 dwellings which have a degree of oversight which officers are satisfied with. So the additional information since the publication of the report was the land or right of access query that's been submitted. So an adjoining landowner has submitted a unilateral notice to Land Registry seeking to register a right of access over phase 1 of Cricketers Farm. beyond the east boundary of phase 2 and gaining access of 2 fields slightly further away. So the fields that they're looking to gain access to are 2 fields sort of up here, which you can access independently anyway from land over here. So it's not landlocked by the development. The fields are currently accessible from the adjoining site, and the notice is being challenged by the developer. This is a civil issue and is not material to this application. So it's accepted the proposal would bring significant benefits in terms of delivery of affordable housing. It matches the HNA. Against this is set the minor to moderate adverse visual impact arising from the development of the undeveloped site and potential for increased harm to the setting of the listed buildings. So as noted, there's no other harms in terms of highway safety, design, impact on residential amenity, and it's been demonstrated that subject to safeguarding conditions, the proposal would safeguard the special conservation status, and in that respect, conditions are recommended that officers satisfied would sufficiently mitigate the impacts. In the absence of any other harms, it's considered that the impacts are minor to moderate visual impact, and the increased harm would to the setting of the listed building would be outweighed by the benefits of the delivery of affordable housing, which do meet the identified need of the HNA. So is continued to be recommended for approval, subject to section 106, as set out in the report with the amendments to the one condition that was included in the PowerPoint. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just requested to have a very short break.
Well, I just need to move with the hour.
And also a technical problem.
Also, Mr. Buller to turn his camera off. He's online. Mr. Buller is online. Needs to turn his camera off if possible, please.
We're just sorting out a technical issue in the room, but in the meantime, can I ask Mr. Bullock, who is online, to please turn your camera off? Thank you. We will resume in very, very shortly. Thank you. Thanks, Lena. Okay, so we have a public speaker registered to speak, Hannah Armstrong. You are in the room. Okay, thank you. If you'd like to come forward, and you have 3 minutes. Just let us know when you're ready to start, and we'll set the clock. Thank you.
Good morning. So happy to start now. My name is Hannah Armstrong. I'm a director at Pegasus Group, specialising in the consideration of the built historic environment. I've been involved with the Nether Stowey project since the beginning and was previously involved in the phase 1 application. I'm the author of the Built Heritage Assessment, which accompanies the application, and also the March 2024 response to the comments from your Conservation Officer. I'm aware that a number of members have visited site recently, and via that visit you will have observed the sensitive heritage-led phase 1 development, including the walled area of open space, provision of heritage interpretation adjacent to Stowey Court, and the sensitively designed frontage. You will have also observed how the phase 1 development separates the site, which is the subject of this application, from the heritage assets at Stowey Court, and the extensive development of the commercial complex to the east. Members will also have observed how the current composition and character of the site, including the former slurry pit, which has been infilled for health and safety reasons, and the lack of interaction between the site and Stowey Court. This all forms part of the context of the consideration of this application. To confirm, the site was not excluded from the phase 1 development for any heritage or landscape-based reasons and simply was not available at the time. It is our position that no harm would arise to the heritage assets at Stowey Court via a change in setting. It is therefore our opinion that the phase 2 development is in accordance with section 66(1) of the Planning Act 1990, section 16 of the NPPF, and all relevant local policy. As set out within our March 2024 response and the assessments presented by your own planning and policy officers, when taking into account all relevant guidance and High Court decisions, should the committee consider that harm does arise, it is clear that such harm could only ever be considered to be less than substantial in the terms of the NPPF. As such, any such harm would be considered against the public benefit of the scheme in accordance with paragraph 208 of the NPPF. Your own planning and policy officers are content that should you consider that less than substantial harm does arise, that this is outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme. To confirm, as set out in our March 2024 response, it is not the role of the conservation officer to consider heritage harm against public benefits. When considered in an appropriate and proportionate manner, in accordance with relevant guidance and High Court decisions, it is clear that potential impacts on the built historic environment should not represent a refusal for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go on to members. As was stated, the site visit has taken place since the last committee, and this was to allow consideration to the flatted blocks of accommodation at the southeast corner and for further advice from landscape and conservation officers, which has been spoken of in the officer's report. Can I ask who was present at the site visit, please? Can I ask Councillor Bolt first to give sort of observations, comments regarding the site visit, please? And I'll come to everyone in turn. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it was when we got to the site, that's when we were told that the 3-storey is now 2-storey and shown the location of it, which would take away the domineering appearance, especially from the area of outstanding natural beauty. I think it's called something else now. And then it's just a matter of, we toured the site. We saw where basically the location of everything will be. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry, and your comments and observations.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have to agree with everything Councillor Bolt said there. I can't really add much more than that. However, I would just like to somebody to answer one question for me, please. The attenuation points and the leap for the children. Okay, just bear with me here. Could somebody?
Sorry, Councillor Hendry.
Yeah.
If you could save that question for
Okay,
after we've done this bit, and
right.
then we'll go into
Yeah,
questions and
absolutely no
debate.
problem at all. That's
Thank
fine.
you very
Just
much.
keep
Thank
talking.
you.
Okay.
Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The important these site visits are. Just something you seem to have gone away with the council, but by God, they're important to go and have a look, and so we all know what we're talking about, because the eye never lies. Very, very important. It's forgotten sometimes, I think it is. One thing's been clarified, and I think when people write things in press, they need to get the landowner's name right to start with. That would help. I mean, I'm under a totally different impression when I talk to people privately. It's in the ownership of someone else, actually. So they did get that wrong, reported that day. But regarding the site visit, the 3-storey one has been sorted out before we got there, and that was my prime concern. And it was a prime concern of the AONB as well. So that has been sorted, and it'll make it far more sensitive to what's happening. And the tree planting scheme around it, well, the more you can have, the more it's going to soften it up. I think it is. And the first development is very, very, very good. And some of the things that have been done, especially around Stowey Court, is they had a block of 3 houses on the left-hand side, which looked absolutely marvellous the way that had been done, actually. It was only let down by a wooden shedding over the edge other side, which really didn't do anything for the site, whatever it was. That was my opinion. But otherwise, I've got no issues at all regarding any of this at all. In fact, this development will probably overshadow the Stowey itself, and it might think of changing its name. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Slocum.
I didn't attend. I was unable to attend, sorry.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I've got nothing really to add from the words of my colleagues. They've covered it admirably. I did take particular interest in the attenuation pond to the north and the one to the east, which currently doesn't exist. So I've been assured that they are going to be sufficient as they are, but I'll be watching that with interest to see how they work in action. It seems that they will be that nature will take its course and water will run there. So I was expecting more of a built environment or an engineered solution to that, but we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors Ferguson or Ham, were you present for that? Okay, thank you. In that case, I'll go back to Councillor Hendry, for your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want somebody to give me an answer to something. When the risk assessment was done regarding these 2 points and for the children, there's a leap, which is actually just across the fence pretty well. Did the risk assessment take in the fact that there's children going to be playing there? And if so, has something been put in place? Is this going to be fenced off properly and securely? Is there going to be gates into it? Because it's very, very close between the children's play area and the ponds. So it comes back to risk assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the surface water drainage strategy, I just wanted to confirm something as well, just in terms of making everything clear. So the ponds, there is actually a particular slide for that, but there are 2 areas proposed for attenuation. They've been designed to accommodate the surface water drainage for the whole of the site. So they will be engineered in that the surface water will flow from different directions of the site to those areas, but they've also been designed to have low sloping sides and a low level of water in them. So in themselves, they've been risk assessed in terms of what the impact could be. In addition to that, the play area will of course be fenced off. So when you're in the play space, you're fenced and confined within the play space. But all the statutory consultancies in terms of drainage and the crime and design and Parks and Gardens team was satisfied with the positioning and the relationship between the 2.
Thank you. Councillor Filmer.
Questions and comments if I might. Firstly, sorry I wasn't able to make the site visit, but I think it shows the benefit of the committee's work and going for that the issue of that 3-story building, which was a real concern thing for all of us, has now been addressed because of what has happened on that. So that's welcomed. Couple of queries. One on condition 7, the large trees, 8 to 10 girth. I presume that's centimetres, but it might be worth just clarifying in the condition as to what the measurement is.
Yes, apologies, that'll be added.
Okay. One question in terms of the roads. There's just a comment within there about street trees and surface being adapted to make it more villagey. Just wanted to check whether that still leaves it as potentially adoptable, and it may well not be, but at least if it is, because I know highways in the past have had a thing about street trees that they won't adopt if they're there, but maybe in the new scheme of things, we're prepared to work with that. So I just wanted to clarify it doesn't make these roads unadoptable.
There is a new direction of travel for the council that was, we ran through it quite a bit. I can't remember if it was the last committee or the committee before, but that was actually driven through highways in terms of street trees and sort of surfacing. They do have a list of approved surfaces, so you can have mixed surfaces and still have the possibility of adopting it. But that process, of course, is outside of planning.
Great. And the last couple of quick things was one little disappointment, obviously bearing in mind the whole issue around the conservation of this site and the heritage, that our conservation officer wasn't able to respond to the document that came in because, I mean, it looks like it's been well dealt with by the applicant, but it would have been nice to have had a sign off from our own in-house conservation officer. And the final thing you'd be disappointed if I didn't mention, particularly in terms of the flats, it's a very large roofscape. There's no real breakup of the lines, and it would have been nice if there was something there. It doesn't have to be chimneys, but just something to break up the roof line of very large roofs are good if they can be done, but it's just a comment.
No, I'm not. Thank you. Councillor Slocum.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you go to the plan of the green, showing the greenery, please? I mean, I think it's really good news that the flats have gone. Thank you. I just wanted to ask is, looks really, it's an area of natural beauty and it is, we have to have housing, but obviously we need to keep it looking good as well. Are there many existing big trees that are going to be kept on site, or is that going to be cleared? I just wanted to, there's some rather large ones on the periphery, and then you've got the smaller ones in between. I just wondered what is going to be new and what's existing.
Yeah, so from this plan, The darker green stuff is the existing. So you've got darker green stuff through. So this is Deer Leap down here. There's an established hedgerow with some mature trees in, that's being retained. And then this hedgerow was present on site. I don't think there were that many mature trees. There was the odd one for the site visit, but there wasn't that many. All of the light green stuff is additional. That's additional planting. There's a lot of additional planting going in. The site itself isn't in the AONB, but there are distant and very distant views from the AONB, but it's from over about 2 kilometres distant. So it's not in the AONB, but it is visible from, with very, very distant views. But it's the light green stuff that's the more substantive planting. But beyond that, the conditions also require a lot more detail in terms of planting for the additional areas, and the landscape management plan, which would secure sort of the ongoing care and attention for the landscaping, is in 106 because of the habitats regulation assessment. So I think with belt and braces for this one in terms of landscape mitigation and control.
Thank you. I just wanted to also say about the roof, as councillor Filmer said, I do think there's a shame there's not something to break up that roof line. I think it is it's not a good look, never is, when there's a side. I think that just doesn't look very nice at all. And apart from that, I think it's very, very good design, but that doesn't look good, that bit there.
Councillor Hendry.
Chair. Only just a couple of points I just noted. I will just say straight away, the heritage assets on phase 1 have been handled very commendable, I think. Done an absolutely lovely job on that, and the site visit showed that. It was really good. As for the AONB, the view, because we were on the site visit, you get a first-hand view there and you can see exactly what it is. The view from there back to the site is so minimal, well, that's the word I have to use. It's just so minimal because it's way a long way away. It's between a few trees, and there's some parts of the site can't even be seen at all. I think the developer here should be commended for coming back with these plans, these drawings as they are. I think they've done an absolute first-class job, and as I sit here just now, I don't have a problem with this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bolt.
Just a couple of questions. How long will the maintenance of the trees and shrubs be required of the developer? And will that pass to the management company in the 106 agreement?
Normally on a residential site where it's not required for heritage grounds, it's 5 years. This one is required for ecological purposes. So that's why it's a landscape management plan going in the 106. The management and maintenance of it will be set out in the legal agreement. So there will be ongoing management and maintenance requirements. So that will either be through the developer directly or a management company that they set up and then charge on to the residents in terms of ongoing maintenance.
And will that be enforceable?
Yes, because it will be in the 106. It's a legal obligation.
Just going on about the highways, were they given the details of the, I realise it's outside of planning, of the fact that there might be larger farm vehicles having access through the.
They are aware, but as it's a civil issue and someone seeking a right over someone else's land, it's not material at the moment.
Thank you.
So thank you. If there's no further debate, I'll be looking for a proposer and seconder, please. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. In light of everything's been shown today here and all the changes and after the site visit, I don't have any problem with this, and I'm quite happy to propose to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bradford? So we have a recommendation to. Yes, thank you. And that is with the amendment to condition 7 as detailed in the report.
And with centimetres.
And with the addition of the centimetre. Yes? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So proposer and Councillor Hendry, seconder Councillor Bradford to approve as per the officer's recommendation. All those in favour, please show. That is unanimous. Thank you. So thank you. We'll go into the next application, and following that application, there'll be a short conclave break. So we'll then go on to agenda item 5 on page 67, and this is for land south of New Road, West Huntsville. Please.
Thank you very much. You've got me again, Gordon for management. This one was actually Mr. Titchener's application. Unfortunately, he's dislocated his shoulder, so I will be presenting this application for members. So it's an approval of reserved matters. We've previously had the outline that went to committee, but it was during COVID time, so it was a while ago. 45 dwellings, a car park, public open space, and other associated infrastructure. It's before committee because there is an objection from the parish council. This slide just indicates roughly where it is. So it's off of the main road heading between West Huntsville and Highbridge, and it's opposite the school. So again, a slightly more zoomed in photo. And then these are photos across the actual parcel of land itself. So that's the school just here. So if you know where the school is on the main road, there's a road that turns into it here. It's this parcel here that's subject to the application. So outline planning permission had already been granted. It was subject to a 106. It included access. So the main access onto here has been consented. It included a pedestrian access, which is across here to allow people to get safely to school and back. And there's also a car park proposed, which is primarily for use as part of the school, but I'll come on to that later. As part of this outline application, there was also tactile crossing proposed sort of at the top end here, just beyond the pedestrian path to the bottom end here, and another tactile crossing point across here. So that's all authorised and sorted through the outline planning application. So the site is 2.1 hectares of agricultural land. It's generally level with mature boundaries and hedgerows and some trees on all of the sides. The A38 runs to the west and New Road to the north, and West Huntsville Primary School and a number of residential properties are located adjoining on the north side of New Road. There is agricultural land to the east and south, and some sporadic other built forms sit across on the opposite side of the A38. So these are just images from within the site looking west towards the A38, so towards the Sundowner Hotel, and north towards properties on New Road. And images from within the site, south and southeast, showing the mature boundaries and hedgerows and trees. And images of the site facing the A38 with mature hedging marking the boundary. And just another couple of views from the site looking from the A38. And photos showing the junction of New Road and the A38 and the adjoining primary school on the corner. So as previously mentioned, there's outline planning permission being granted. As part of that, there was a parameters and design principle drawing. This was approved in outline. So this basically established the access in this location, the car park and the play space in these locations, and generally this block form of development, but this was subject to further details and sort of a green link through the middle. So it was approved at outline and sets the parameters for the layout. The reserved matters application is expected to come through in conformity with this. Apologies. So it does provide 40% affordable housing, a public car park, local area of play, and a local equipped area of play. And the approved details of the access are on the A38. Layout, scale, appearance, and landscaping are all matters for members to consider for this application. So in terms of site location, a lovely square block, and in terms of layout, so this is the development that has come forward. So this is the access point that's established. There's a pedestrian exit in this location, so you've got a safe pedestrian route from the access along here. And then in terms of built development, you've got the block of development here, a swing of development here, and then again here. So the proposed site layouts on the right, it is a proposal for 45 dwellings, of which 18 are affordable there is a mix of 1 and 4 bedroom units. The dwellings are primarily 2-storey, but there are a couple that have got sort of roof lights, so they are providing accommodation within the roof. That's this one here, and there's another one over here. So there's only a couple of them, but so predominantly it's 2-storey, but some with accommodation in the roof. And the materials are proposed as a mix of brick and render under tiled roofs. There's 16 spaces shown in the car park, a lap and a leap on the northern side of the park. So the layout follows the design, the developed design principles plan, and whilst the Victor access was approved in detail at outline, the housing blocks, internal roads, car park and public open space have also been shown generally in conformity with the parameters plan. So the approved car park is positioned in the closest proximity to the primary school New Road, given that it's designed to serve the school, and a short section of footpath is proposed through the hedge line, providing access on foot, and the Green Boulevard, as recently discussed, does show is proposed through the centre of the site. So again, generally in conformity with the parameters plan. It's proposed to be lined with specimen trees following the attenuation feature, which was considered to add interest in terms of biodiversity. Outline planning permission on this application granted the basis of need for affordable housing as set out in the housing needs assessment. So the scheme proposes 18 affordable units, which does comply with the 40% requirement. The Affordable Housing Officer originally raised concern with the application in terms of the mix of unit, their size and positioning, and they considered some of the units were too small and were clustered into one group and did not reflect the need for the bedroom numbers. So amendments have subsequently been made by the applicant to address these concerns. So originally the affordable housing was all these properties here and these ones down here, so it was all in an L shape in this area. As proposed now, it's this area here, plus this area here, and then there's a few down here as well. So there's more mixing with the market dwellings now. The issue of the mix was there is a requirement for 1-bed units, and this was particularly challenging in the site given that it's in flood zone 3. So the Environment Agency would be objecting to anything that provides ground floor accommodation only. But it doesn't rule out certain options in terms of flats. So looking at how we would arrange that. So a compromise mix was agreed with the Affordable Housing Officer. So 2 1-beds are being provided, but they're flats above garages. And a number of 4-beds have also been increased following the request from the Affordable Housing Officer. So considering the limitation placed on the scheme by flood risk, the mix is now considered to be acceptable. The clustering of units has been addressed to better integrate them across the site. And the dwelling types have also been changed for some of the units to ensure they're all of sufficient size. Layout changes were required to facilitate this change, but it's all been subject to appropriate consultation, and the Affordable Housing Officer has reviewed all the amendments and confirms the scheme as now proposed is considered to be appropriate in terms of mix and balance of the units, and it has their support. So the public open space and play area is provided in the form of a LAP, which is a local area of play, and LEAP, local equipped area of play. They're co-located on the northern boundary of the site, which is in accordance with the parameters plan. And the parish council has raised concern about child safety given the proximity to adjoining roads, but the separation distance and existing of mature boundary landscaping is considered to mitigate any direct harm. And also in addition, we've had no concerns raised by the Parks and Open Space Officer. So just for clarity, the play space is located in here, but again, this would be fenced and secure. The footpath connection would be through here, and beyond that, the existing landscaping along this boundary would be retained. So access onto the A38 was determined at outline stage. A simple internal road layout is proposed with a central street and a series of short cul-de-sacs. Parking is a mix of on-street and on-plot, and 7 visitor spaces have been proposed in addition to the 16-space car park. The Highway Authority initially raised some concern about plots 1 to 3, given their proximity to the access, so that's 1 to 3 here. So it was basically the proximity of these works relative to the access. But it has been confirmed by the designer that it's safe. So the applicant's engineer have looked into it. So since then, the Highway Authority have removed their objection. The Highway Authority consider the scheme to be acceptable, subject to appropriate conditions. So West Huntsville built form. So this is just a couple of pictures of existing properties within the vicinity. They're not necessarily close to the site, but it's just showing what the characteristic of the site is. So some of the properties were amended. So these ones, this is plot 1 to 3 now. These ones are on the frontage. So this double bay and this double bay, it sort of merges because of the colour of the materials, but they are projecting bays similar to what's in the area. So they were amended to try and pick up the scale and character. So the West Huntsville built form is considered to be varied in terms of character and style, with no predominant housing type, and there is only limited housing nearby to this particular site. But some of the dwellings on New Road and others, some of the dwellings front onto New Road and others further distance to the southwest. But cues have been taken from the built stock, so from these ones with the double bays. Just showing a Chepstow house type and rendered image of the proposed properties onto the A38. So it is showing how it's trying to replicate some of the core details in the vicinity. Local dwelling form generally have a simple roof design and low eaves, which has been proposed, and this reflects the traditional elements which characterise the environment locally. Projecting bay windows are also evident in some of the dwellings. So again, this is another one that's got a bay on the side. And these ones show the Brew design, which is the 1-bedroom affordable units provided in flats above garages. The material palettes has been updated because there were some concerns raised. So it includes more brick to the properties. There's a lot more brick to the frontage. And red-brown tiles, where originally they were all sort of charcoal grey, which wasn't particularly in keeping. They were changes that were picked up following the local concern that was raised and following comments by the Conservation Officer. It's also considered the scheme provides for a high-quality development, which positively responds to local character given the changes. So 12 trees within the site are due to be removed. They are affected by ash dieback, and they are categorised as U, which is basically very poor quality, wouldn't end up being sort of offering a high value of amenity. Short sections of hedgerow are also proposed to be removed to facilitate the highway access and pedestrian access onto New Road, and for some of the drainage infrastructure. Any sections that are being removed are grade C. So in terms of quality, A is the highest quality, then B, then C. Hedgerow boundaries are otherwise being retained in full over the 4 boundaries. To mitigate the removal, there are 40 new specimen trees proposed to be planted, of which are various size and species. And trees are also being retained on the northern boundary in proximity to the neighbouring property. So overall, the loss is of poor quality trees, and replacement specimen trees of a greater number is considered to propose result in a positive outcome. So the Parish Council has queried the on-site car park and how this will be managed. The applicant has been in ongoing discussions with the Learning Trust who operate the adjoining primary school. It's considered that the car park is going to operate as a staff car park rather than a pupil drop-off location. And the applicant will have a management company overseeing the operation and the management via a number plate recognition system. So outside of school hours, residents will be able to park, provided they're registered, and again, it will be controlled through registration plate recognition. And it will be appropriately lit and natural surveillance provided by the adjoining dwellings. And the applicant will have the ability to fine anyone using the car park if they're not registered or on an unauthorised basis. The Primary Learning Trust have confirmed they're happy with the proposed working arrangements and wish to work with the company to make its operation as smooth as possible. They, just out of interest, they were offered to be signatory to the 106 during the outline application, but didn't because it was sort of legal issues. But they are working closely together to enable the delivery. So the scheme also proposes various means to deliver on-site generation for renewable energy. So this includes dwellings to be served by air source heat pumps and solar PV. Electrical charging is also proposed throughout, and the measures are considered to contribute towards mitigating the impact of climate change. These elements are actually secured through the sustainability statement in the outline planning permission, but consultees are happy to discharge that condition based on the details we've got. So in summary, it delivers affordable housing in compliance with the outline planning permission. It adheres to the parameter plans of the layout and delivers high quality development complementary to the existing built form, and no other matters exist that cannot be addressed by conditions. So the application is recommended for grant of approval of reserved matters. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had 3 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to call Vivian Evans, please. Would you like to come to the table, please? Let us know when you're ready to start.
I'll just say some of the matters I was going to raise, I've heard have been dealt with, but we will still carry on.
Okay, thank you very much.
I am Vivian Evans. I'm speaking for many of the residents of New Road. I am concerned about the risk of flooding, especially with the dramatic change in climate resulting in prolonged heavy deluges, as I was flooded in 1981. Despite the revised submissions by Edenstone, we are unable to ascertain who has responsibility for the North Ring, which hasn't been cleared for decades, and to whom we should make representation in subsequent years if it is not kept clear. I cannot see in their submission who is inspecting the site and how and who is monitoring the maintenance company. I would like to ask the planning department to ensure that the drainage plans are appropriate for this field on the Somerset levels, as for instance, Edenstone quoted their latest submission when referring to sedimentation that is in accordance with natural resources of Wales. Much of the submission for drainage is not specific, for example, to be desired, should be, etc., but there's no mention of monitoring responsibility and long-term duration. We are worried about pile driving and request the inspection of our properties as made before commencement and monitoring to the houses as we are aware of problems further up. We are concerned that there are no plans to close the school car park, which I've heard is okay, but we would like the play area secured at sunset as well, in case there's antisocial behaviour and noise. The latest submission for the traffic on the A38 is dangerous for the children attending school. The affordable rented is still situated to the north of the development site. And we're not happy with that. The dwellings are still not in keeping with houses in West Huntsville. We think parking for 7 visitor cars for 45 houses is inadequate. Our request for more screening is not shown in the latest submission. We are not happy with the refuse bins being located opposite our houses. We would like to ensure that lorries and traffic are not lining up at 7 AM as they were on the Highbridge development. We think that development traffic will present a hazard to children coming to and leaving school.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You raised a number of issues there, but the planning officers will take those after all the speakers. Thank you. Our next speaker is John Wakefield of West Huntsville Parish Council. Let us know when you're ready and we'll say thank you.
Far away.
Thank you.
First of all, I note that the concern of the parish council have largely been met with regards to the car park and the AMPR system, which is welcome. However, most of what I have to say is based on not fear, but first-hand experience of what went on a little further down the A38 with the Barratts and Bloor homes. The mistakes were made there, and I'm simply going to ask that they're not repeated on this development. It's already been touched upon. There's a great deal of infill that has to happen on the site to raise the levels. This involves numerous hundreds of not of movements of lorries, which in the Brew Farm development were turning up before 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, the official opening time was 8 o'clock, and they ran roughshod over the planning regulations, and it wasn't enforced. Most of those lorries have ticked and gone by 8 o'clock, and it is a cause of great concern to local residents that this should be repeated for this development. There's also the issue that, again, has just been noted on piling. Now, while we recognise that piling is essential, we also know that it can rattle the windows from houses half a mile away. There's a lot of old properties adjoining, particularly down New Road, and the residents are concerned that the piling may affect the houses structurally. Now, a simple answer to this would be to enforce the baseline checks that are carried out on these properties before the piling starts, and a subsequent survey once it's been completed. So any remedial work can be carried out, and this should be done by an independent company, a local company, which can be given and had an element of trust to the local residents. When this very first started, the initial meeting with the developers, there was an agreement to put in a pedestrian crossing. At least they would look towards it. Now, this circumstances have substantially changed since the planning was approved, because the Somerset County Council have said that they're going to withdraw the funding for the road crossing assistant, the lollipop man, if you will. We therefore don't consider these tactile crossings to be sufficient and represent a danger to the safety of the children. So I therefore want to re-propose that a proper pelican crossing is put in across the A38, as over 90% of the village is the other side of the road. So this would greatly enhance the safety of the children walking to and from school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Elliot Jones, please. Three minutes from when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Elliot Jones. I'm the planning consultant representing Edenstone Homes. As members will be aware, outline planning permission was granted for the development of this site in 2023. This permission established the principle of residential use, access arrangements, and set the parameters for the detailed development of the site. This submission is seeking consent for the layout and appearance of the scheme. Proposed design, mix, layout, open space arrangement, car parking area, and road and drainage infrastructure all comply with the parameters of the outline approval. Edenstone has worked closely with council officers to ensure that the scheme before you correctly accords with the outline consent. This can be seen by the support for the proposals from statutory and internal consultees. For instance, the proposed development has been accepted by the Local Highways Authority, council's housing officers, the Environment Agency, and the Drainage Board. The site was granted outline consent on the basis that it provided for local housing need and would enable the delivery of 40% affordable housing. Accordingly, the scheme delivers on this requirement, providing 18 affordable homes for a range of 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom homes. The design of the affordable units is also the same as the market housing, and the location of these homes are evenly distributed across the site, renting onto 3 different streets. The houses also meet national space standards. The scheme will also provide a car park for use by the adjacent primary school. This will be used by staff only during school hours, helping to create more space for pickups and drop-offs outside the school. The car park will then be available for residents to park in outside of school hours. Edenstone will appoint a management company to oversee and operate the car park. This arrangement has been discussed and agreed with the Priory Learning Trust, who operate the school. Edenstone have also worked to overcome concerns raised by other interested parties. These are detailed in the officer's report. For instance, we've made a series of amendments to the design in terms of layout, materials to be used, and the architecture of the houses, so that it reflects the appearance of surrounding areas. In addition, we propose measures to manage the construction impacts and will maintain continual dialogue with the school during the building of the site, whilst we will strictly follow the approved construction management plan. In summing up, the principle of development is already approved on site. The application merely concerns the details of development. Statutory and internal council consultees consider the proposal to be acceptable. Furthermore, the proposals will deliver a wide range of benefits, including much needed housing, provision of a new car park, new play facilities, and a sensitively designed and landscape scheme that is in keeping with the village.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there are a number of issues raised there by speakers. Would you like to take us through them? I've made a list of some of them, as that's that you have.
Oh, that's really helpful because I'm sure I've probably missed one. A lot of the issues raised are actually covered by conditions on the Outline Planning Commission. So if I run through what conditions there are on the Outline Planning Commission, and then you can catch me if I've missed anything in particular. So one of the conditions is a construction environment management plan. So that looks at how to minimise impact on neighbours during the construction period. It is that condition that Laws and Barrett's were in breach of, which we did raise enforcement on, and we were regularly investigating. But that condition is on the Outline Planning Commission. It does also require confirmation of noise and vibration, a noise and vibration plan for the site. So whilst there would be piling because of the condition of the land, the noise and vibration plan to be submitted when it comes in would go to environmental health, who would be looking at it in terms of signing it off to try and minimise impact on the neighbouring property. So that bit is already covered by condition 5 on the outline. In terms of flood risk and surface water, there's a number of conditions again on the Outline Planning Commission. So there's a condition 6, which was details of surface water to be agreed. There's a flood risk assessment to be required and mitigation works delivered in accordance with that. It's condition 8, and flood resilience measures, again, condition 9. So all of those conditions were subject to the consultee requests at outline stage. The details that have been submitted haven't raised any objections, but we've got the extra cover with the discharging conditions on the outline side of it. But for the layout and the details we've got at the moment, currently we've got support from the statutory consultees in terms of drainage. There is a hedgerow protection plan, which is condition 17 on the Outline Planning Commission. And in terms of landscaping and mitigation, there's another CEMP, but it's the ecological management plan in terms of maintaining the ecological benefits of the site, and there's an ecological impact assessment condition, which is condition 20 on the outline. So the reason there's not very many conditions on this application is because the outline has sort of covered many of the issues in terms of principle. And just coming back to the point about the crossing, because access has been considered and the scale of development has been accepted through the outline, we haven't, unfortunately, through this application, got scope to consider any additional sort of access or safety crossing measures through this application. We've got control on the internal layout, the positioning of the properties, the size and scale and design of the properties within the site, but the access arrangements were covered and are controlled through section 106 that links with the outline, so we haven't got scope to revisit that for this application. I don't know if I missed anything from the list you've got.
From the list I've got questions about the play areas and possibility of securing and the refuge bin locations. And those questions you've answered about the construction plan, but
it's obviously the monitoring of this essential, bearing experience from a previous or ongoing development. Would it be worth saying a bit how that will be monitored?
Yeah, in terms of the play space, the details of that again are secured through the 106 on the outline planning permission, but the general location and details that have been submitted are raising no objection from the Parks and Gardens officer. So we're happy it's in conformity with the parking plan. Apologies, I don't have details to hand of the rubbish collection points for the layout, but I can look into that. Oh, lovely. Apologies, bear with. Yeah, then the restorage. Yeah, so the main path for collection is just following the main route up and round. That's cycle storage. And then bin collection points. Most of them have their own. I think it's that it's this, I mean, the concerns are there's 3, 4, 5 properties here. So that, you know, there will be some bin collection once a week from here, but generally, if you've got bins, you've got them in your back garden, apart from on bin day. So on bin day, they'll be out the front, but it's, you know, if there's concern about properties to the north, it's this section here, but that's only 5 properties, so, and it's 1 day a week. And they're behind the hedge. And bin collection will be through the main entrance into the site, up and collection from here, reverse into there, and, you know, around this way. So, bin storage, the CEMP in terms of enforcement, we do have a very tight enforcement team. We do have a very high caseload. We react to things when they get reported. So until there's a breach, we wouldn't be proactively going out to the developer. But I am aware of the Barrett Law issues and the amount of time and effort that actually took working on that between myself and the enforcement officers. You know, I'm very aware of the situation, so we will be sort of stamping down on it quickly, and the developer's here. So he's obviously aware of local concerns in terms of adherence to the construction management plan, but that would set times for sort of start of work on site. But again, it's working with the developer to ensure they are adhered to.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I open up to other councillors, I'm really pleased to see the sustainability measures on the development. Some of us have waited a long time to see that has been included from the outset. So members, any comments, questions, please? Councillor Slocum, then Councillor Hendry.
Thank you. I think this design is very nice. I'm really pleased that it meets national space standards. I think that's so important. It's always been, and obviously the sustainability. The one thing I would like to actually add to the condition to minimise impact, to not start before 7 a.m. I also live near where there's development going on, and no matter what you tell a developer, in the greatest respect, they're time restraints, they want to get on with it, but starting before 7 o'clock is really miserable. When you think of how long it will take to get this full development completed, I would like to add that they cannot start before 7 a.m. I think we need to define it down a lot better, because when developers have said, oh, I've not been actually told when I can. I think it's also very sad that there is not a pedestrian crossing. I think that the locality does need one, and I feel sad that we weren't able to push for something like this because there is a safety implication here. So, but apart from those things, it's yeah, I'll come back in a minute. Thank you.
Did you want to respond to anything there?
Well, the only thing I could say is condition 5 currently does say we have to agree times. We would never put on that you can start before 7. But the question is whether they need to start at 7, whether it could be a little bit later. The other consideration for this site in particular is the proximity to the school, because obviously there is going to be rush hour for school drop off and pick up time. So as part of the construction environment management plan, we would be looking at school times for construction traffic as well. But that's why it's conditioned at the moment in terms of the time to be agreed, because we're aware of the site specific constraints.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back to this issue of the Pelican Crossing, the parish councillor thing brought up as well, and you know, the reasons for that are actually a bit ambiguous to say the least. Given that the development is on the same side of the road as the school itself, then even if there was a crossing, it wouldn't be used by any people from the development to the school, because I assume that they said it was on beyond the A38. So it would be helping, obviously, the importance and the safety of regarding children is top priority. It's number one every time, it goes without saying. But it's not the developer's actual responsibility to do that, as I said, because it's the same side as the school. Maybe it's a gesture of goodwill. I don't know, they might consider it, but it's not actually their responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fillmore.
Following Councillor Hendrick's comments, I think, it's difficult because we are at reserve matters now. These things were discussed earlier. I know where the parish council are coming from in that the material position has changed because of the lollipop person. But that's something, again, there can be discussions between the parish council and developers outside of the planning process, and certainly if there are things being produced that benefit the residents who are going to be moving on to this site, it may well be something that developers are prepared to have a conversation about, but that's for others. In terms of the construction management plan, I would again welcome the comments that have been made, and you picked up on the fact that the school also is right next to the A38, which that road into Highbridge is always a challenge at various times of the day. So certainly we just need to watch the time for putting in the construction management plan. A couple of questions I wanted to ask, if I could, in terms of highways. Having read the report, it sounds like our highways department weren't happy with the plots 1 to 3. We've gone back to the developers who've said, well, in our turn, we're okay. But again, coming back to my question on the earlier one, would our highways department accept this should this ever come? I mean, it's talking about remaining private, but is it adoptable, or are we saying that the standards that has been put in, it would never be adoptable on that site?
I think in terms of the layout, highways would probably say plots 1 to 3 are not adoptable. It has been confirmed that it's going to be retained privately anyway. So under those circumstances, it's not unsafe. So the applicant's highway engineer has sort of gone through all the considerations and is satisfied that it's safe. But the ongoing management and maintenance of the internal estate roads are going to come down to the management and maintenance company. So whether the rest of it is adoptable or not isn't a question that the highways have answered. But the concern they were raising was specific to plots 1 to 3. And I think that's because if you look at it, apologies. If you look at it, there's a footpath and a so from here, that's the access going in. There's the footpath going across here. Then you've got a strip of land here with some planting. And then you've got the access road just for these 3 in this location with turning heads. And so I think they were just slightly concerned about the proximity of all of that in terms of how that would be managed and maintained. But it's not to be adopted. And the applicant's engineer has confirmed it's safe from a highway perspective. So as long as the authority aren't adopting it, then there's no objection.
A couple of questions I can is just in terms of planning. Again, I don't know whether any earlier issues that were raised at the outline, whether I know on other sites developers have done these surveys beforehand, and it does put people's minds at rest because actually the impact of planning sometimes in terms of noise is big, but actually in terms of damage, it's often not as bad as people fear it's going to be. But whether, again, that's something we can deal with. The other question I was wanting to ask though was about the affordable housing. And one of the things within the policy is saying it should be indistinguishable to the open market. Just wanted to get your feedback on whether that you believe is the case. Because certainly looking at the layout of the affordables is much more of a almost terrace in some areas, whereas that doesn't feature in the other properties. So just looking for that reassurance that you're happy that there is distinguishability between the two.
Thank you. In terms of affordable housing, the original scheme was
literally, I mean, that looks like a terrace. They are actually broken. So they are blocks of three, which are characteristic of sort of the overall shape and form of a number of the market housing. So there is a degree of separation, but it's not really clear because of the grey colouring. So apologies for that. So they are three blocks rather than one long terrace. If it was one long terrace, I'd be absolutely agreeing. One long terrace in the middle of semi-detached and sort of that type of arrangement would have caused some concern, but there is a degree of separation. And then in terms of spacing, they are sort of spread out. The reason, maybe if it was undistinguished, if it was highlighted as affordable for one reason, I think it would be the one bed units, because the one bed units are flats above garages, but that is because of the flood risk element. So it's almost a requirement of the tenure type rather than a purposeful, you know, here's an affordable housing versus market. And similarly, you know, I think some of the denser form of the affordable, again, is because of the bed numbers and tenure that was required, has resulted in the units sort of being more compact. But I think there's enough comparison between the two, and the property types are similar enough around the whole that actually we're satisfied in terms of the mix and the balance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman, sorry. I was quite an impressive looking sight actually, what could be achieved sometimes everybody working together. I think most villages like to hand off stuff like this, to do really. But one thing concerns me, something was brought up earlier, 1981, just for clarification, that was when the high tide at the Bristol Channel, when it came across and swept right across it. Yeah. Otherwise, I imagine that the drainage boards are responsible for things like that, or everything's in hand regarding things like that. Right. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. It's a statement more than a question, I think. With regard to one of our speakers' comments regarding the trucks turning up at 7 o'clock in the morning, so they weren't allowed to be on site by 7, so they were lined up outside. So we then say, all right, well, don't line up at 7. So then all we do is push the problem up to either Alston or Paulet, where they line up there at 7 instead. I don't know that there's a solution for this, but it's just sort of an entreaty to the developer, should this go ahead, to have a bit of consideration for those in the existing settlements, not to try and be clever and have HGVs lined up anywhere at 7 o'clock. That's just being a nice neighbour, possibly.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you. I was on the committee last year when this came before us for outline, and I voted in favour for it then. How things have moved on here, what they've got in front of us now, it's very commendable. Not perfect, I'm sure there are a few fault lines in there, but not anything worth talking about really. As regarding lorries at 7 o'clock in the morning, unfortunately, work must go on. These builders through up and down the country in the good weather in the summer start at 7 o'clock in the morning. There is no doubt about that. So to start asking for 7:30, 8 o'clock, whatever the case is pointless. The job has to be done, and that's the end of it. Everywhere. It's not just in West Huntsville. With everything we've seen today and all the conversations we've had, because I voted in favour for this last year, I'm happy now to propose to grant permission as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hendry. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bradford. So we have a proposer and a seconder to grant approval. All those in favour, please show. Again, that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Members, we'll take a 10-minute comfort break and then we'll return for the next agenda item. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. We will now resume the meeting for agenda item 6, which is the planning application for land to north of Oliver's Road, Middleroy. And this is considering an application for the variation of condition 5 of a previously granted permission. So Millie, would you like to take us through the report, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Good morning. This is a variation of condition application on a previous scheme that was granted by committee in, I think it was November, off the top of my head. So the application is before members as it is classified as a major, and Middlezoy and Overy Parish Councils are objecting to the application on the grounds of concerns of highway safety. Just a quick correction on the report. The report talks about the route proposed using Rye Lane. That's not correct. It's Paith Road. So it's Paith Road is the proposed route. So as this application only relates to the variation of the condition in respect of the construction traffic route, it is only policy D14 of the local plan which is relevant to this application. So just briefly going over the history. So in November 23, consent was granted for the formation of a temporary material stockpile on land to the north of Oliver's Road. And that was to facilitate the stockpiling of material to allow for flood alleviation works to 3 what they call reservoirs in the local vicinity. So the land would stockpile material and then it's sort of siphoned off. And this would be for a period of 2 years. So the condition that is sought to be varied relates to the construction traffic management plan and adherence to this during the construction phase of the project. So this application before us seeks to vary the condition to amend the route in respect of the traffic coming from the stockpile down to the South Lake Moor Reservoir. The justification for the change is that the consented route terminates the wrong side of the river and therefore cannot be used to deliver fill material to the reservoir. So this came to light, I guess, following consent being granted, and hence why the developer is seeking to amend this. So I've transposed the 2 routes. So the red route was the one that was originally consented, and that would go all the way down to Boroughbridge, and then sort of try and, as it goes down south to sort of access the reservoir. The amendment they're seeking is the one in yellow. So still coming through Overy, but then instead of heading onto Boroughbridge, would turn off at Paith Road and then access the South Lake Moor Reservoir there. So in terms of the main considerations in the local plan, as previously said, it is only to do with highway safety. So the Highways Authority have raised no objection to the amended route and have recommended a road condition survey is undertaken along the section of Paith Road from the A36-1 junction site. Other comments from third parties have raised concerns about the impacts of the traffic movements in relation to Overy Primary School. However, this was already going to happen. The traffic was already going to go past the primary school. Therefore, as Highways have raised no objection and the developer is in agreement to this pre-commencement condition, it is the officer recommendation that the variation of condition is approved to allow for the amended route in the construction traffic management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one speaker on this item, and that's Adrian Gover from the Environment Agency. Invite you to the table, please, and just let us know when you'd like to start for your 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hi. Good morning. Since the amended traffic route was submitted, the Environment Agency and Kier, principal contractors, have been to an emergency Overy Parish Council meeting. The team discussed the route in length with those who attended and the different traffic management implementation in the area. Any questions that were raised were discussed at the time and followed up if required with further information after the meeting. Do understand the concerns the local residents have within the area. Directly affected residents of Paith Road have had structural surveys undertaken and are involved in discussions with Kier on the traffic management of Paith Road. We have explored every option available. This has included other roads into the area, but this puts the same concerns from the community into another area. We have also explored the option of going across land, but this year has been extremely wet and even now the land is very boggy. A change to the route at this point would extend the programme and result in a route of greater length with the need for an updated application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Only one thing I want to bring up, actually, and people have brought it up to me via Othery. Okay, that's school traffic in the mornings and in the evening, when children go to school. It's not a particularly good place there really for vehicles when the lorries start. And that's the only thing I want to bring up, but it's been going on a long time, this, and when things are held up, costs start getting involved and all the rest of it, and you know, at about time the decision was made, so things can move on. I'm concerned, but I have been asked to bring this particular thing up, okay? It may well be for half an hour that things don't happen past that school. But I feel I have to do it, I've been asked to do it, and I've done it, so I'm asking the planning committee to come to the right decision. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Would you like to respond to that point?
Off the top of my head, I'm fairly sure there is something about timings, in the approved construction and traffic management plan, but we're just having a look, just to confirm, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to make life difficult.
No, that's okay, don't worry.
Yeah, carry on. Councillor Martin.
Well, I would ask another question, but my question was the same as Alan's, because I've got the same set of concerns regarding school traffic. Well, we had an application a little while ago regarding Western Zoyland, the same idea, and there was an agreement put in place with regarding the traffic around the school time, but I can't find a similar idea in this application or the proceeding. So, yeah, but what Alan said is what.
You're starting to think like me.
Yes. Change sides, me and you.
Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, just wanted to query one also in terms of the traffic. Within the comments from the Othery Parish Council, they talk about the fact that there's now going to be a change from using HGVs to tracks trailers, and therefore there's an increase in the number of traffic movements. Is that correct? And if so, what impact does that have?
Yeah, that's what it is in the transport. Sorry, yeah, so in the transport statement, they talk about the possibility of using smaller vehicles and then conclude that it would result in more traffic movements. So within the CTMP, it does set out it would be 40 HGV vehicles a day. So that's what's in the CTMP. So,
Yeah, so you can't.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so you are right. There is nothing about, routing past Overy Primary School and the hours. There is about the secondary school, but that's a different, reservoir. So with the CTMP, it does say that, it would be further developed and adopted by the contractor and would include the following measures. So, and this is all sort of caveated as to be agreed with the highway authority. So routing of HGV and tractor and trailer units, additional signage, temporary traffic lights where necessary, use of banksmen and traffic signals, delivery vehicle time restrictions, working day restrictions, wheel washing facilities to limit mud on the highway, carriageway condition surveys, and any additional specified highway authority requirements, including warning to be mindful of vulnerable road users, particularly in urban areas. So that is the list within the CTMP about details they're going to liaise with the highway authority about.
It wasn't recommended.
Yeah, it wasn't recommended as a condition.
Can we condition it with regard to Overy School?
We can impose the CTMP as a recommended condition.
Okay.
By committee.
Yeah. So the list that I've just listed, we can impose that as a condition to request those details. That could be something. Yeah, and then highways would be consulted and then it would be discharged if they're happy with it.
So, sorry, can I? So in the consultation with highways, would it be specified that we're particularly interested in the school in those school hours, in the Overy school? Or would it cover that broad palette of things?
I think in terms of feedback from the planning committee, we will have to agree the additional condition. And as part of that, we'll explain what the debate from members was and where the area of interest is to ensure that it's covered through the CTMP.
That's it, thank you.
So in terms of that wording, it will be adding a further condition because the vulnerable users are mentioned in the construction plan, aren't they? So the vulnerable users, in particular, those pupils attending Overy School. So with words to be agreed following the meeting.
Yeah, I think the recommendation would be an additional condition to require a detailed CTMP in accordance with the information set out on page 32 of the transport assessment that's been submitted with the application.
Excellent, thank you. Good work. So, okay, any other comments? If not, I'm looking for a recommendation or a proposal rather with the additional condition. Councillor Slocum?
With the recommendations with those additional conditions, please.
Thank you. So we have a proposer. Do we have a seconder? And Councillor Bradford seconding approval of the recommendation with the additional condition as spoken. All those in favour, please show. That is unanimous. Thank you, members. Okay, so that takes us to the next application, agenda item 7, page 97, regarding 13 Bath Road, Scott. And there are two applications. One is a listed building consent. That comes second, I think, doesn't it? That's
Apologies, just because we are having fun and games with staff today. Staff has also been called away urgently. So Emma will be covering these two applications and I'll be covering another one this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Hello, thank you. So here we've got two applications that I'll present to you together. The first is a full application for a change of use from residential to a school. with provisions for boarding, associated works, access and parking. It's a revised scheme. And there's the associated listed building consent that's also before members. Just in terms of context, the application comes forward not as a separate school, but as ancillary development to the existing Levels school that is already in operation at 7 Bath Road. The application is before you today because there is a parish council objection. It's not dissimilar to the objection to the original scheme for the school that's in operation. It relates primarily to access, which will be along Kings Lane to the rear of the site, the north of the site. I'll show that to you in a moment in map form. But just to set out the parish council objection, it is that the application is misleading in that the area includes a red line, including Kings Lane up to School Hill, which is in fact the nearest adopted highway. And also a concern that footpath users would be discouraged from using the lane due to increased traffic generation and public safety concerns, again, with regards to the additional use of Kings Lane. So main considerations of the application, principle of development, amenity, drainage and flood risk, trees, ecology, biodiversity, phosphates, car parking and highway safety, the historic environment and public right of way. So just to show you the location plan of the site here, so we've got the main building just highlighted there in the darkest colour, and the access along Kings Lane just to the north, going to a new kind of parking area and turning circle that will provide parking for 10 additional vehicles. So just to confirm, this is again in association with the existing school that's operating just to the west at 7 Bath Road, that also utilises this access and has a parking area again accessed off of there. Now, the proposal is that this will provide additional ancillary facilities and accommodation, so allow them to offer boarding for current day pupils. There is a condition that limits it to be ancillary only, up to the existing 65 pupil numbers that they have. So that in turn does limit the number of movements that are likely to be associated with the proposal that's before you. The floor plans, I don't have available to show you today, unfortunately, but they do indicate that there's dormitories to the first floor and some therapy space, school uniform shop, and a canteen and dining area for pupils, as well as some recreational space. So this is just the aerial image showing the site as a whole. So you have, as I mentioned, just got to the west of that circle, the existing school provision. There are dwellings kind of that sit in between, which if I just pop back to that one, you can see them just to the kind of northwest of the building itself. They're unaffected by the proposal in terms of any access arrangements or anything. And this is Kings Lane as it joins School Hill. So Kings Lane is a public right of way rather than an adopted highway. It provides access to dwellings off Kings Lane, as I mentioned previously, to the existing school, and also over to the playing fields, Ashcott playing fields, where there's quite substantial facilities there for the community. Just some photos of the site. So this is it's an access that was there previously, but the dwelling as it is fallen into disuse for a number of years. It was previously a boarding house associated with Millfield School a number of years ago. It's been in private ownership as a dwelling since the mid-90s, but hasn't been occupied on a permanent basis, and it has actually fallen into quite a significant state of repair until it was acquired under lease by the current applicant. So this is a historic access that, as you can see from the photos, there's new gate pillars and stuff been put in. So works have started on site. And this follows the route of that access down into the site from Kings Lane. And this is the front of the building, so the kind of south elevation, as you would see it along the A39 Bath Road. You can see that quite substantial works have been ongoing to the property itself. This has been necessary because of the very poor state of repair. So the conservation officer has been involved throughout. There was significant damage to the property, ceilings collapsed, roof, holes in the roof, and the works have been ongoing for a period of time to kind of get it up to a reasonable standard and to protect the building. It is Grade 2 listed. So just to kind of go over what I'd mentioned already, it's a proposal for a change of use from residential as it is currently to D1. There is condition 13, which is recommended, which limits it to ancillary use only in association with the existing school, which does have a condition limiting pupil numbers to 65. The facility is kind of additional school provision. So it's an independent school and it operates following the closure of Shapwick School. So the existing school, the level school, has been operating since 2020. It is, as I mentioned, a Grade 2 listed building that is currently empty and has been in serious need of remedial works for a number of years. With regards to the parish council objection, obviously it is not the intention for the red line to kind of be misleading in any way, but it is common practice for the red line to always extend up to the nearest adopted highway, which is School Hill. The appropriate certificate has been completed with regards to the application, and we don't have any concerns with regards to the red line. With regards to additional traffic movements, the agent for the applicant has advised that it's likely to result in the potential of around 10 additional cars per day using the site. Highways haven't objected. We are not aware of any enforcement issues having arisen from the school that, as I said, has been in operation for the last 4 years now. Public right of way team have been consulted and they've not raised any objection. They did suggest a condition with regards to limiting the nature of vehicles that use that rear access. That's not considered to be enforceable. It would be impossible for us to tell why a vehicle was being kind of travelling along there. We have to kind of put a degree of faith in the way it's been managed to date in that regard without any such conditions. Public safety concerns over the increased use of Kings Lane. As I mentioned, it's already in use for a number of other purposes. The number of additional vehicular movements that are anticipated is not considered to give rise to such a significant increase in traffic along there to warrant refusal. So there's the officer recommendation is for approval for both the full application and the associated listed building. That is with an amendment that I just want to suggest. Conditions 5, 6, 7 and 8 are pre-commencement, but as you can see from the photographs, work has already started on site. So as with the usual practice, I would suggest that they are trigger point for those is changed to 3 months from any date of consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker on this item, and that is Adrian Smith, the agent. Would you like to come forward, please? Do you have 3 minutes? No. 6, sorry. Yeah, thank you. 6 minutes because there are the 2 items taken as one. Thank you.
Fine, I'll try and keep this brief.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, councillors. I am Adrian Smith from Apex Planning Design, agent for this application for change of use of the current dwelling to school with boarding provision. Property formerly provided a boarding facility for Millfield, after which it was returned to residential use. It is now intended that the house and grounds will provide space for administration, much needed therapy, and ultimately boarding provision for students at the level school, which is currently sited in the adjacent building, Eatonhurst. This application is for change of use. However, a good deal of work has been undertaken by the school in restoring the listed building, which had fallen into disrepair. This work has been overseen by Mark Lidster, the Conservation Officer, who was happy with the work progressed under the listed building consent. This application is before you today as the Parish Council, being supporting of the proposal in principle, has concerns over the potential intensification of use of Kings Lane. I would like to make the following points. Due to lack of visibility onto Bath Road, it is not possible to utilise the entrance at the front of the building for the main access to the site. The principle of access along Kings Lane for the school has been agreed previously by this committee. There is no increase in student numbers as a result of this proposal. The new proposed parking area is intended for the school minibuses and cars that have significantly reduced the impact of traffic in recent months. This is a fairly recent development. Reducing the number of students that arrive separately by private car. We now therefore believe there will be no increase in traffic as a result of this proposal. The Provision of boarding will further reduce traffic on Kings Lane as fewer students will be arriving every day. There is consequently no objection from Highways to the proposal. This proposal is an opportunity to increase the provision of much needed facilities for the students at this school, which provides a bespoke service for those students with special learning difficulties, primarily in the state system, whose needs cannot be met otherwise. I therefore ask you for your support for this proposal today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, to me, it seems like a really positive application. We've got a building that was formerly used for a very similar use that's gone into disrepair. It's a listed building that's been deteriorating, and this brings that back into a proper use and bringing it back to the standard that it should be. In terms of Kings Lane, I understand the parish's comments. Remember the previous application that came to us for the school, when that was quite a major element of discussion, and I don't think this is going to seriously make that position worse. So I think, personally, I see no problem with granting permission with this, and I'd be happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How important these schools are. We had two lads from our village that attended Chatwood School, and I know how very much things improve when they attended these schools, and attention and personal care, and they've all turned out to be class people now, really. And I've got no education in seconding. Councillor Plummer does.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slocum.
I'm going to do the same, so that's fine.
And Councillor Bolt, the same. Just I need to make mention of the amendment, proposed amendment to conditions 5, 6, 7 and 8 about moving the trigger point to 3 months. Okay. If there's no further comment, we have a proposer and a seconder to grant approval for the, oh, sorry.
I was going to say we need to split the vote.
Yes. Yeah. So yes, I'm taking agenda item 7 first.
I was just going to add one more point, sorry. The floor layout wasn't available in the presentation, but it is on the screen now in front of members. But similar to what Councillor Filmer said, it was a former use in that use, so it is just reinstating what was previously. But we do have, and we have assessed the floor plan. It's just it wasn't in the presentation.
So this vote is regarding full planning permission for the change of use from residential to school with provision for boarding with associated works for access and parking. So we have, a proposer and a seconder. All those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous. And then we'll take agenda item 8, which is to consider a listed building consent application, part retrospective, as detailed in the report. Any discussion? Councillor Slocum.
I'd just like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bolt? We have a proposer and seconder to grant approval. All those in favour, please show. And again, that is unanimous. So that brings us to the end of the major applications. Do we need to do the appeals?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if we could do the reports because the afternoon is going to be quite full with other agenda items.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Lovely. I don't actually have it in a PDF format to show anyone, so I'm hoping you've got a copy on your desktops, but bear with, I can read through it anyway. So in terms of appeals received, we've received 4 appeals, all of which had previously been delegated, so members wouldn't have seen any of those for determination, but one of them is erection of 49 dwellings with 20 affordable. That was at Cavella Moves in News in Barrow. One was demolition of existing garaging and stores, erection of 7 dwellings with formation of access, turning and parking. That was land to the rear of 45 to 53 Holdley Road and north of Wemden Road in Bridgewater. Certificate of lawfulness for the proposed erection of a 2-section modular building to be used as additional living space for the main house. So that effectively made it a little self-contained cabin within the garden. That was 34 High Street in Cannington, and outline planning permission for 21 dwellings on an existing on site of an existing industrial building. That was refused planning permission at Springway Industrial Estate, Langport Road, Western Toyland. So all of those are currently awaiting appeal. In terms of appeals decided, we've had 3 decisions come through. Again, all of them were delegated decisions, so members wouldn't have seen them at committee. One was erection of a 2-storey extension on the north elevation and a garage at 13 Chapel Hill, Ashcott. It was a written reps appeal and the appeal was dismissed. The second one was residential development for up to 5 dwellings with all matters reserved. That was land to the south of 229A Barrow Road in Burnham. That was a written reps and again it was dismissed. And the final one was erection of a dwelling. That's land to the west of the Firs Woolrow. So it's the Woolrow development that's been consented. It was an additional unit going in there. Again, that was written reps and again, that was dismissed. So we've had, I quite enjoyed that one. But that's it at the moment. But obviously we've got 5 new ones in, so the wheel keeps on turning.
Thank you. I don't, if anyone has any questions about the appeals, Councillor Martin.
No, I was waving goodbyes here.
Sorry, in that case, I'll declare this morning's meeting closed and we will be meeting again at 2 o'clock. I'm Councillor Cathy Pearce, Chair of the committee, and to my right is Councillor Matt Martin, who is Vice Chair. For visitors today, a few housekeeping notes. If you hear the alarm go off, it is the real thing because we're not expecting a drill this afternoon. So make your way through the double doors there, through reception, out into King Square. Toilets are also in reception and there is some water available on the table to your right. So please feel free to help yourself if you need to. The meeting's a hybrid meeting and that means that committee members are present in Bridgewater House and the meeting is also available online via Teams. Please note that the meeting is being recorded. Can I remind all those in the room to turn your mobile phones off or to silent, and can those joining us online please turn off your cameras and microphones so that the meeting is not disturbed. I'll now introduce those taking part in the committee today. To my left are officers from our legal and democratic teams, and to my right are the planning officers who will present the applications. On the wings of the table are the councillors who will debate and decide the applications. The format will be as per the published agenda, and a copy of the officers' reports can be found on the council website. Each application will be taken in turn. Officers will outline each application, followed by public speaking time. Only members of the public who have registered to speak can make representation, and councillors around the table will then debate and decide on each application. During the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a resolution. Members will vote on the proposal. Only members who have been present throughout the application will be able to vote, and the voting options are for, against, abstain, defer. Votes will be counted and the results announced. So we will go into the main agenda now. For those joining us this afternoon, we had the first part of this meeting this morning where we considered majors. So we will do again apologies for absence, please, Leila.
Thank you, Chair. I've received apologies from Councillor Hilary Bruce, Mike Murphy, Tony Grimes, who Lance Dudridge is subbing for, and Brian Smedley.
Thank you. And declarations of interest. Do we
read it?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, this morning we had some declarations for this afternoon's applications. So I'm going to attempt to try and remember what my notes mean. So Councillor Filmer, you're a member of Axborough. Councillor Slocum, you're a member of, but didn't take part in any discussions on any of the applications. Councillor Slocum is a member of the Bridgewater Town Council, and also didn't make any took no part in any discussions. She is predetermined on the Queenswood application 23-23-010, and will make her speech and then leave the room. Councillor Bradford is on the Quantock AOMB and is on the Axe Brew, but have not taken in any debate on any of these. Yeah, all that. Yeah, or any consultations.
It's a parrot, they're not that.
Oh, parrot, right.
Don't worry, girl. Don't want to talking again.
Oh, dear God, no. Councillor Hendry is on the Act Brew, and is predetermined on application 112441.
Can I speak, Leila?
That's wrong.
I retract that because it's not the case I thought.
Can you get a microphone, please? Can you just confirm that?
Yeah, that's not the case I actually thought it was the one from Bowden, so I can retract that. Okay, I've had no discussions about that as well.
Thank you.
I don't think that went on the agenda.
Oh, is it? Well, that's fine.
I was looking for it
Yeah.
earlier and I.
Well, that's why I hadn't picked up on it, isn't it?
I just wrote
Yeah.
it blindly.
You're just trying to use me now.
Okay, let's go on. So Councillor Ham, 1723-37. You are predetermined on that one because you've taken part in discussions on that one. Councillor Martin, 5023-69. You've received communications, but have taken no part in any discussions with anyone, and is coming to the committee with an open mind and will listen to all the debate before making up his mind.
I have another one.
Right.
Thank you. I apologise. It's a brief one and it's more preventative than anything else. Item 15, Chapel Farm. It's in my patch and it's near my house, even though I don't know the applicant and I've not had any discussions about it, but it is very close. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce, the 0823-27. You're a member of Bridgewater Town Council and the division member for the area. And Councillor Ferguson on 1723-07. It is within your division, but you've taken no part in any discussions, and same with Councillor Pearce. I think that's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Leila. The only new member joining us is, Dawn.
Yeah, sorry, I just want clarification just for sake of transparency. In terms of the Chapel Farm application, are you saying because of proximity you are predetermined in any way, or are you quite open in terms of the discussion?
Yeah, no, I'm not predetermined in any way. And I don't know the applicant, but he probably knows me. Just because it's over the road from my house, so which is preventative more than anything else.
Okay, so you're happy you can debate and
Yes.
consider the application
Absolutely, yes.
fully openly? Okay,
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you.
So for clarity, Dawn, Councillor Martin hasn't got a close association with his neighbour, and therefore, for the members of the gallery, he hasn't got any contact with that person whatsoever, so he's allowed to come to this committee with an open mind. Those members who said they were predetermined, they'll come into the committee with a closed mind, and that's why they will be stepping out when that item is under on discussion, and they will not take part in any of the debate at all or the decision. Thank you.
But just before we move on, any further declarations of interest that aren't so far recorded? No, thank you. So next is public question time. There are a number of members of the public who have registered to speak. I'll call you up to the table when the application is being considered. So that brings us on now to item 9 of the agenda, and that is the application for 16 Northgate, Bridgewater. Liam, would you like to take us through the presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for a change of use of an existing office just down the road from here on Northgate in Bridgewater. The site is highlighted by the red symbol there. So what we're dealing with is a site within the town centre and within the Bridgewater conservation area. It's a very sustainable location within walking distance of quite a number of facilities, which we consider to be a benefit to this scheme, which is for the change of use to an 8-bed HMO. There are no physical alterations in terms of extending the property. These will be limited to the minor infilling of an existing opening on the northwest elevation with brickwork and a casement window to match the existing. There will also be 3 additional roof lights to the west elevation facing onto Main Road. So this is the existing ground floor plan. They were formerly used as offices. And the first floor plan. So this is the existing elevation facing onto Northgate. And the Main Road one. So these elevations won't significantly alter as a result of this proposal. The application is seeking 8 beds within the property, all of which meet the standards as set out by the regulations under a HMO licence. Incidentally, the strategic housing team within the council do not raise any objections to the level of accommodation proposed and the amenities provided within. This is the proposed first floor plan, where you can see there will be a number of bedrooms, 4 on the ground floor, 4 on the first floor. The 3 roof lights are indicated at the lower part of the plan there, with the dash lines indicated there, which we have recommended as a condition to be conservation style roof lights, bearing in mind the location of the site within the designated area. So in terms of the changes to the property, as you can see on the left-hand side of the image there on the ground floor, there will be a proposed casement window and infilling with existing matching blockwork. This will replace an existing non-historic opening, which is mainly UPVC and glazing. I believe it was a fire door before, but we'll see that on the photographs in a moment. And on the side elevation, the changes to the roof there, you can see the proposed roof lights, 3 roof lights on the Main Road elevation as well. As a result of comments received during the course of the application, it was recommended that a bin storage area be provided within the existing hard standing area to the side of the property. This was indicated just to the right-hand side of that proposed casement window at ground floor level, and as also indicated on this drawing here. Details of the materials to be submitted will be submitted post-decision if the recommendation to grant consent is upheld. But it's considered there should be not a significant visual impact as a result of that development. We'll also keep the bin storage area, which was seen as a contentious area for the town council in particular, should keep that area tidy, as well as providing facility for future occupants of the development. So this is the front elevation. So as you can see, the council offices where we are now, just left-hand side of the image there. This is the front elevation facing onto Northgate. So as you can see, the ground floor, which would be infilled with brickwork and a casement window, no historic merit or contributing significantly to the character of the building. This will be replaced by matching materials. And above that, on the left-hand roof slope of the property will be the 3 conservation style roof lights. The area of hard standing, which would be used for bin storage, was presently used for bin storage as part of the previous use. And it's considered that enclosing this area with appropriate materials would enable that area to remain tidy and provide some degree of benefit to the functionality of the building itself as a HMO. This is a view taken back from King Square, just looking back towards the property. There are limited vantage points from within the area due to the built-up nature of the site and the surrounding area. And it is considered that the changes to the building won't have a significant impact on the character of the conservation area or the street scene. So in terms of the issues raised during the course of the application, it's considered that the site is in a sustainable location suitable for HMO use. It is considered that it would be compatible with adjoining nearby residential uses. It's a bit of a mixed use area, but the adjoining properties are generally residential and the use of the building as such will be appropriate. The visual impact of the surrounding area, including the conservation area, will be minimal given the changes that are proposed are fairly minor in scale. And the proposed bin storage area would provide a degree of organisation to that side of the building, as well as providing facilities for the use of future occupants. So the recommendation is to grant consent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Liam. we have no speakers on this item, so, members, is there any comments? Well, I'll kick off because it's in my ward. I'm pleased to see the addition of the bin store because a concern when first looking at the plans, because it's on the main route going through the town and it's around the corner from I think King Square is a conservation area. It's important that that looks neat and tidy. Can you just show us the floor plans, please, for the ground floor, just so I've got clear in my mind the entry and exit points for the sort of the garage looking part of the building.
Yes, so, sorry. I see, okay. So in terms of the garret, the window that would be filled in is here. The entrance into the building is the front there. And this is where we would see the bin storage area enclosing, and with the gates facing out into this area, which is, like I say, sort of an area hard standing just off the pedestrian pavement there. So that's the location of where we sort of see the bin storage area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's clear. Any further comments? Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. I know this building really, really well as it goes. I've been in there many times. The change of the window and the door to make it bricked up to a window back in is actually a good thing. Improves the street view to how it is at the moment. There's no change to the footprint, absolutely nothing. So everything's internal as it would appear, apart from that one item, which is, so it's good anyway. The rooms in there are actually quite spacious and they do lend itself to that purpose. So if nobody was going to change it back into a residential house, then that is the next best thing for it. So where we stand at the moment, I've read up about it, looked at the screen, I've heard what you've said, and I'm actually in favour of this. I've got no problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Bolt.
Totally agree with Alistair, and it is a building which needs, before it gets dilapidated totally, some form of development. It's developing and providing accommodation within the town centre area, which I know we've always screamed out about. So I'm quite happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. So we've got a proposer to approve the application. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Hendry. So all in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Yeah, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So that brings us on to item 10 on the agenda at page 139, and this is for land to the south of 11 Isleport Lane, Highbridge.
Sorry, just for good manners, this is Anna. You've not met her before, but she's doing the application for our Port Lane in Highbridge. That's Anna Johnson.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Right, hello everyone. So this presentation relates to a plot of land to the south of 11 Isleport Lane, Highbridge. The application seeks full planning permission for the erection of a 2-bed dwelling with associated parking. Just by way of a bit of background, outline planning consent for a self-build dwelling on the site was granted in June 2021, and this application seeks full planning permission for an open market dwelling instead. Here is the application site out sort of in red with the arrow pointing at it. It was originally part of the garden of number 11 Isleport Lane. The settlement boundary for Burnham-on-Sea and Highbridge is shown in green on the map, which runs north-south along the lane. and the site and the other houses on the eastern side of the lane just fall outside of this. The land to the east of the site, shown in pink on the map, is allocated for housing within the local plan under policy BH2, and that area of land has outline planning permission for up to 248 dwellings, and that outline permission was granted in February 2022. So here are just a couple of photos of the site, just to put it into context. The central photo shows the site face on from the lane. The ones on the left show number 11 Isleport Lane to the north. And the photos on the right show number 10 Isleport Lane to the south. So as you can see, this part of the lane has an eclectic character with a variety of house types. And moving on, this is the proposed site plan with access off of the lane. The detached property will be set back within the plot in line with the property to the north, and there will be a garden at the rear and parking for 3 cars to the front. And here are the proposed floor plans. The property will have an open plan kitchen and living room, separate utility room, 2 bedrooms, a couple of bathrooms and a toilet, and there's a flood refuge in the loft space. And then finally, here are the proposed elevations. As you can see, the design proposes a mixture of render with facing brick plinths under a tiled or slate roof. Details and samples of materials can be secured via condition. That was the last slide, but hopefully this has provided a useful summary of the site and the application. In short, just to summarise it all, the application site is classed as being in the open countryside. To fit with planning policy, residential development in this location, as per the previous outline, permission should be for a self-build and custom-build dwelling. However, the land allocated for residential development to the east has effectively extended the built form of the settlement and has surrounded the properties along Isleport Lane in the process. So therefore, it seems unreasonable in this instance to treat it as being in the open countryside and impose the self-build and custom-build dwelling. So in essence, allowing an open build and open market dwelling would be justified, but it would be classed as a departure from the development plan. So the design of the dwelling follows that of the previous outline permission and is appropriate. There are no residential amenity, highway, flooding, drainage or ecology issues that cannot be addressed through conditions. So for the reasons outlined in my report, I'm recommending the application be approved as a departure from the development plan.
Thank you, Hannah. There are no speakers registered for this application either, so it's straight to members, please. Councillor Bolt, then Councillor Hendry.
At any other time, this would just be straightforward infill along that road, and have been exactly as the officer said, for the development behind and its close association with the existing boundary anyway. I'm sorry, I'm quite happy with it, and I'll quite happily support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
I think Councillor Bolt says absolutely correct. I agree with everything with him. I know this, Burnham-on-Sea South and Highbridge is actually my area. I know where it is, no problem at all, and it is an infill. As Councillor Bolt just said, the refuge area upstairs, that's something new that seems to be coming in lately, but it's a real asset, it's a really good thing, and we all know that anyway. I don't have any problem at all, even the design is good. The garden, the front area for the parking of 3, absolutely fine, no problems whatsoever. I have to second that, as I just said, thank you.
Are there any other, Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I agree entirely with Councillors Bolt and Hendry. Couldn't have put it better myself. And as Councillor Bolt said, in any other circumstances, this would have gone straight through because it seems like the logical thing to do. I did, however, want to register my continued frustration, I would guess, at this possible habit of properties being self-build 1 minute and then resi for open market or whatever it is the next. But aside from that, I'm happy to go with Councillors Hendry and Bolt. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Filmer.
I'm going to be a bit more grumpy. And following actually the line of the vice chair. Part of our policy is to facilitate this sort of development for self-build or affordable housing adjacent to boundaries. If we're now going to allow the adjacent to boundaries to go for open market, that reduces our ability to find those self-build plots that people need. I can understand in this case, maybe it's so unique because of the 240 houses that are looping behind it, but I'd just like reassurance that this is not setting a precedent. I know there's no such thing as precedent in planning, but things will be thrown at us, that we are allowing stuff to happen adjacent to boundaries which doesn't meet our affordable housing or self-build policies, and are therefore opening up a sort of backdoor way for people to get open market when we need to be able to help people to facilitate their own self-build.
I completely understand your point, which is why it's at committee as a departure, because there isn't a policy technically that supports this plot as a market dwelling. What we do in planning is we have to look at the planning policies, but we also have to look at the material considerations. So in this case, given that it's effectively an infill within an existing street scene with residential development consented immediately behind it, it puts it more centrally within a more built up area. So it's still technically outside, but the material circumstances in this case are such that as officers, we felt it was acceptable. What it doesn't do is it doesn't set a precedent for all self-builds anywhere to turn to market housing, but the circumstances in this case, in terms of it being an infill and allocated residential site being constructed around it, and there may actually be a few more departures this afternoon. So this is not setting a precedent. Each case is determined on its own merit, but the circumstances of this case are that we are recommending approval despite the fact it's a departure, but it is heavily weighted on the location of the allocation that's being built out currently.
Thank you for that. Just before we go to the votes, any more comments? No, so we've had a proposal.
So the recommendation is a delegated decision because the matter has to be advertised with the Secretary of State for 21 days for their comments. So that's what members will be voting on. It's just that when you said move to recommendation, because it's slightly different, I felt the need to sort of reiterate that. Thank you.
Are the proposers and seconders happy with that? Okay. So bearing that in mind, all those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous.
That is unanimous. Thank you very much. So now we will go to item 11 on the agenda, which is an application for Upper New Road, Cheddar. That's on page 149 of the agenda.
Ah, right, yes, well done.
So, Chairman, before we move on to this agenda, Councillor Lance Dudridge, did you have a declaration of interest because you made some comments on is it the Queenswood application?
Apologies, yeah, I should have declared I'm quite happy to leave the room if need be when that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies.
No problem.
Thank you. This item is at Sunny Glen, Upper New Road, Cheddar. It's for the erection of 4 detached dwellings and associated works. Just to give you an indication of where we are, we're just to the northwest of Cheddar, just east of the reservoir there. The site area itself is approximately 0.27 hectares. It consists at the moment of an extended garden area associated with Sunny Glen and an area of scrubland. I'll show you some photos of the site in a moment. The site is broadly rectangular in its shape, is bounded to the east by existing properties which front onto Upper New Road. and to the west by newly constructed dwellings, which have been granted consent as part of the Holwell Lane local plan allocation. To the south runs Holwell Lane, the track and public right of way that leads to the reservoir. Boundaries to the west are formed of mature hedgerows and trees. So just some photos here, looking across the site from north to south and then south to north. There are some existing ancillary structures that are located within the site, and these would need to be removed to facilitate the development. The photo shows some of the existing dwellings just to the eastern boundary there, and some of the new builds over to the west, just in that top photo. So this is the application site itself. So access is coming off of Upper New Road. It's an existing access that would be upgraded as part of the application, leading on to 4 detached dwellings served by their own off-road parking and garages. Each dwelling is 2-storey with materials formed of natural stone, rough cast render and fibre cement slate roof tiles. Pedestrian point of connection is also to be provided just to the south of the site, connecting onto Holwell Lane, and the very southern portion of the site, just south of that plot 4 that you can see, is to be set aside for an area for biodiversity. So not dissimilar to the application that you've just seen, the current settlement boundary for Cheddar wraps around these existing dwellings on Upper New Road. Our application site is here, and as you can see by the pink shading, that's now surrounded by the new development that forms the Holwell Lane application. So it is at the moment outside of the boundary, outside of the settlement boundary, but that local plan allocation does have consent for 134 dwellings. And that is, again, obviously a material consideration and us determining what the harm would be from allowing this development now. So effectively, despite it currently being in the countryside, given due consideration to the housing development that has been constructed, the site is no longer considered to be kind of isolated or in the countryside if we're looking at in terms of harm. So it is technically a departure from policy again currently, but given its position adjoining that Tier 1 settlement with the new buildings to the west, we're happy that from an officer's point of view, we can still recommend approval of the principle. So just moving on to the scheme itself and the detail of the detached dwellings. As I mentioned, they're 2-storey with pitched roofs. Here we've got plots 1 and 4, and here plots 2 and 3. All are typical in their design, with projecting gables to the front and back. Materials, as I mentioned, are a mix of natural stone, rough cast render with a fibre cement slate roof. The materials are considered to be broadly acceptable for the location and the mix of materials that are in the area. Here we've got a street scene which shows a cross section when looking west towards the dwelling. They are in a backland position, so there will be minimal impact from the street scene when looked at from the main road there. There will be some perceptible changes to the view from the site when looking from Holwell Lane from the south, but given the existing built form either side, these changes are not considered to be significant. And overall, the design and visual impact are considered to be acceptable. The proposal seeks to utilise with improvements the existing access to Sunny Glen as the access to this site. The photos here show the existing visibility from the access, which would be improved. The access is to be raised slightly and the vegetation in the adjoining garden cut back. The red line of the application has evolved during the course of the application to include that additional part. The access will be widened to provide the internal access road at a suitable width. The highway did initially object to the scheme, and we've worked throughout the application process to overcome concerns and improve visibility at the point of access. There are conditions recommended in that regard. And as I mentioned, the applicant has secured this additional area that is now outlined in red to be able to give those additional visibility space. Highways have now removed their objection. And as I mentioned, there's this footpath link here, giving pedestrians access from the site and having to avoid this main road where there isn't good footpath connections for pedestrians. So that will allow them to reach the reservoir and the strawberry line. A number of the adjoining properties had also originally objected to the scheme, but some have since written in support of the footpath that's provided, and conditions are proposed that would secure that, together with the visibility space, surfacing and construction management. Separation distances, window to window from the adjacent properties to the east, are in excess of 28 metres, therefore it's considered to be above any minimums. and not give rise to any unacceptable impacts. The most southerly has been orientated 90 degrees to avoid any overlooking, and all proposed units are internally well proportioned themselves and also benefit from a rear garden. Conditions are proposed to ensure construction phase impacts are mitigated, including a limitation on hours of operation and implementation of a construction management plan. There are 2 ash trees in a section of hedgerow that would need to be removed to facilitate the development. The ash trees themselves have been found to be suffering with the dieback and a category C and U. Replacement planting is proposed to offset the loss. An ecological survey has been undertaken together with an updated report. A biodiversity net gain area is proposed to the south, where we just saw next to Holwell Lane, and the Somerset ecologist team have been consulted and have confirmed that they are happy, subject to conditions being applied. Finally, just a few other shots to show you the site in a bit more detail. So we've got the existing gravel track that runs beside the host dwelling. So it's just looking into the site. The garage here would be demolished and the land used to form a front garden, rear garden, sorry, for the existing house. That's this area here. And just some more photos in the top of the site where the existing ancillary buildings are that would need to be removed. And just again, some more photos there showing the new development that's already in place there, and the new development at Upper New Road. So overall, we are happy that there are no issues which can't adequately be addressed by way of condition, and the recommendation is that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. We have 2 speakers on this application. Firstly, Clive Panshield. I hope I pronounced that right. Sorry, from Cheddar Parish Council. If you'd like to come to the table, please. Thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The A371, known as Upper New Road, is a very busy road, and with 200 more houses coming on stream shortly by way of 4 new developments, it is going to get even busier. 2 large lorries have difficulty in passing each other now due to the narrowness of the highway and have to pull in their mirrors or even one going on the pavement. Cheddar Parish Council have grave concerns regarding the creation of an unsafe entrance and exit onto the A371. Policy D14 of the local plan states that proposals should provide safe access to roads of adequate standard and that the expected nature and/or volume of traffic and parked vehicles generated by the development should not compromise the safety or function of the local or strategic road network. Possibly 10 vehicles coming from the new houses, plus 3 different recycling vehicles and delivery vans coming in and out, does compromise safety. The only change to the original application is that the neighbour has agreed to secure visibility displays and to cut back the vegetation. There's no evidence of additional land has been purchased. Boundary wall is still clearly visible on the visibly display drawings, and there's only a small additional red line that is different. As a council, we feel that the original objection by the Highway Authority has not been sorted, and that it is a dangerous access, and an alternative access should be sought through the Law Homes estate. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. We have 1 more speaker, so the points you've raised will be addressed by the officer after the second speaker. So I'd like to call Matthew Halstead, please, who's the applicant. Thank you. 3 minutes. Just let us know when you'd like to start.
Good afternoon, councillors. The application site is located on the northwestern edge of Cheddar, consisting of a significant garden situated between properties on Upper New Road and a completed Blower Home scheme to the west. It should therefore be clear that the site is not countryside. Instead, it is a garden largely surrounded by existing housing. Whilst the application benefits from an officer recommendation of approval and no objections from technical consultees, it has been called to planning committee due to perceived concerns relating to access and also the overdevelopment of the site. At pre-application stage, 5 dwellings were proposed. However, officers advised that the scheme was too dense and should be reduced to 4 dwellings. This is what we have done. With a site area of 0.27 hectares, the density of the proposal would be only 15 dwellings per hectare. In comparison, The adjacent Blower Home scheme has a density of 30 dwellings per hectare. The scheme includes 730 square metres of land set aside to achieve a 10% biodiversity net gain. Due to the timings of this application, this 10% gain is not required, yet we have made the decision to make such provision, thereby achieving a spacious and environmentally sensitive development. On this basis, it should be evident that our proposal is not overdevelopment. The dwellings themselves comprise 4 family homes. As can be seen from the design and access statement, the houses are of a very high quality, utilising locally sourced stone as the principal building material, finished with render and pressed metal features. This architectural treatment, whilst contemporary, reflects the local vernacular. All of the properties have good-sized gardens and parking provision that meets the council standards. The homes will be constructed sustainably and will benefit from PVs and air source heat pumps, thereby reducing CO2 emissions. Turning to highway matters, councillors should note that we are not proposing a new access. The development utilises the site's existing access, although this is being upgraded to adopted standards. In doing so, these improvements include the widening of the road, and at the request of highway officers, visibility displays will be created in accordance with Manual for Streets. For these reasons, highway officers have now confirmed that the development will not impact highway safety and is acceptable in this regard. In addition to the vehicular access, the scheme also includes a new footway and cycle path through the site, which connects to Holwell Lane to the south and a wider cycle network beyond. Therefore, the development actively promotes alternative modes of travel to the car. The application has the support of the local community and officers of the council. I therefore kindly request that members uphold the recommendation of approval and grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. And would the first speaker raise comments about safety issues? I know the second speaker has alluded to that, but I didn't know if there's anything you'd like to respond as regarding the safety of the entrance.
Thank you. Absolutely. The access to the site is existing. It is a site constraint, and it has been something that's been discussed throughout the course of the application. Condition 11 does set out that no part of the development is to be occupied until the visibility displays can be improved to the level set out specifically within the condition, and the raised crossover delivered together with the widening of the carriageway. That also supports the transport assessment, which refers to swept paths having been demonstrated for refuse and fire. So that has all been considered. It is recognised that it's an issue. It's something that we've worked with throughout the course of the application. And ultimately, we're happy that, subject to conditions and the amendments that have been secured with regards to the amendment to the red line and the additional displays, that there is sufficient widening of the access and turning within the site, that there isn't an unacceptable impact likely as a result of the development that's proposed.
Thank you. Members, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really see what the big problem is with this. The statutory consultees are all on board with this, specifically highways, which for me is a big starting point to go from. If they don't have a problem, I don't have a problem. The 4 houses up from, I believe, 5, down to 5 and then cut back to 4, they're all being built, should just go ahead to the exact specifications or more than what's required for this type of thing. Overdevelopment, that word doesn't come into this at all. It's not relevant, it's not there. So given that the consultees, highways and the amount of houses that's on there could be classed again as before as an infill, I don't have to go on about the design of the houses because I'm sure it'll be talk spec anyway, so we're only talking just now right at this minute about what we see on the screen. Absolutely fine. I personally have no problem with this, and I'll pass it on to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Ferguson.
Just one quick question, though I'm pretty sure I know the answer already. terms of this application specifically, there's no real consideration we can make to the state of the traffic on Upper New Road and A3, on the A371. That doesn't really pertain to this application in any way. It's more just to reiterate the point that with the level of development that Cheddar has been seeing, the traffic on that road, I mean, it reaches the point of hilarity at times, and at particular points along certain junctions along the road as well. There's no real considerations we can make when it comes to this particular planning application about the level of traffic that the road will be taking on with yet another development there.
You can, but you are limited to considering the impact of this development. So in the transport note they've submitted, they've looked at trip rates and anticipated traffic movement from the site. And you're looking at one additional movement during the AM peak and one additional movement in the PM peak. So whilst it is a consideration, we can only consider it for the scale of the development proposed and what the impact of the development proposed is. So adding one additional movement during the AM and PM peak is that to the extent that you refuse it on highway safety grounds.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Completely agree with Councillor Hendry. I don't see a problem with the application. I have a comment. We heard one of the speakers talk about active travel, and one of the commenters online has mentioned the idea of allowing existing residents to pop a gate in the back of their gardens. I don't know, I guess Councillor Ferguson would have to tell me how this would work, but to allow their children or children from that area to go down to the Strawberry Line, which is the major active travel route in the area. Is that considered, do we know?
I know it's something that's been raised. It doesn't form a part of this planning proposal. So that's a matter that would need to be considered outside of the planning system as to whether or not the current owner of the land is happy for them to kind of access over their land, because obviously the boundary and the pathway. But as far as I'm aware, that's something that they would need to deal with outside of the planning process.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. We have a member in the room, and I'm sure a conversation will take place later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Filmer and then Councillor Hendry.
Thank you. Again, I mean, looking at this, it seems that the applicant have worked with the officers and taken on board a number of the issues that were raised. And so they've addressed the issue related to the access, which I think was a valid concern that the parish certainly had. Could we just pointed out exactly where this proposed pathway runs? I think I know it's run in effect at the back of the houses that are there already, but just to make sure.
Yeah, so the footpath would be from this area here, so just to the east of the garage and the 2 parking spaces that would serve block 4. There's a footpath and a footbridge here over this kind of little waterway, little beam. So that would then lead into Holwell Lane directly. So it provides an access all the way through there in terms of pedestrian connection.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, certainly with the comments that others have made, I'm happy to move the recommendation in the sense that on the basis that obviously this is a departure, so it will be subject to, I guess, waiting to get confirmation. But that is it's a planning game that connection going through there to get people off the A371 as another route through to Holwell Lane and beyond. So happy with the recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Filmer. When you say about consultation, this is slightly different. It doesn't have a 21-day consultation with the Secretary of State because it doesn't fall within the regulations that require consultation with the Secretary of State. So it's slightly different. I think Dawn will confirm it is different advertising criteria, I believe.
I think we probably need to discuss further because this is 4 dwellings outside the settlement boundary and the previous one was 1 dwelling. So we will take it up with legal. If we can issue it, we will issue it. If we have to undertake the 21-day consultation, we'll undertake the 21-day consultation. Thank you.
Happy to propose whatever the wording is agreed by the chairman and vice chairman with the officers.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you again, Chair. Given there is only 4 houses and the traffic movement from 4 houses, in the grand scheme of things, wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference whatsoever on that road. There's no ecology problem, there's no flooding problem. And as I said before already, the highways are on board with this, so yes, I'm happy to second councillor Filmer, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a proposal to approve the application as per the officer's recommendation by councillor Filmer, seconded by councillor Hendry. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favour.
8 in favour, any against? And any abstentions? That's 1 abstention. So 8 in favour and 1 abstention. So that is carried. Thank you. So before we move on to the next application, we'll retrieve councillor Hammond.
And the next one is Queenswood.
Right. Yes, that brings us on to agenda item 12, the application for Queenswood Farm Broadlands Lane, Durley, Bridgewater. That's on page 167. So councillors Slocum and Doddridge have left the table. I know you've in the room.
We ready?
Yeah, we're ready. The doors are, well, the doors closed.
Yeah.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the application for the erection of a single-storey dwelling at Queenswood Farm in Durley, Bridgewater. So the application is being heard at committee as the officer's recommendation is contrary to the view of the parish council and division members. So this is the list of the policies of the local plan that are relevant to this application. So the application site, circled in yellow, is to the west of the residential area of Bridgewater. The land to the north benefits from hybrid consent for a residential development of approximately 250 dwellings, and I'll show you that shortly. So the proposal is for the erection of a detached dwelling on the grass field, which is next to Queenswood Farm. The site is to be accessed via Broadlands Lane, and that runs down to the south, joining Spaxton Road. So here we have a site plan showing the proposed layout of the property. And then these are the floor plans and the elevation. So as you can see, it is a single-storey dwelling that is proposed. We then move on to site photos. So to the left, you have the Queenswood Farm property, and then there's a property called Barndale to the right. So the property to the right and its neighbours are accessed via a private cul-de-sac, which joins the residential estate to the west. So it doesn't use Broadlands Lane like this proposal is going to. So this is then stood within the site, sort of facing north. So the other side of that hedgerow is where the hybrid consent is for the dwellings. And then looking to the east, you see sort of the edge of that residential estate that was on the map. And then looking back south towards Queenswood Farm, the property itself. So the site is surrounded by bungalows, I think is kind of what I'm trying to portray here. As Barndale is also a bungalow, and that's the rear of it. So moving on to sort of the main considerations and the assessment against the local plan policy. So this one's also a departure from a local plan, seems to be a theme today. And it has been advertised accordingly in terms of a site notice and a newspaper advert. So the site is outside of but adjacent to the development boundary for Bridgewater. The local plan does not have any exceptions policies in respect of single dwelling schemes that are outside of but well related to the boundary of Bridgewater. Whilst the scheme is not for a self-build dwelling, it is worth noting that policy D9 permits small-scale self-build residential schemes on the edge of smaller settlements than Bridgewater. So with this in mind, given that the site is on the edge of the principal town of the former district, it's considered that the proposed dwelling in this location would not be a form of unsustainable development. The site is surrounded by residential properties to the south, east and west, and the land to the north, as shaded in pink, is allocated for housing, And I understand that the grey area has been allocated for education. Is that right, Dawn? Yeah. So considering that the site and the surrounding residential properties, both built and allocated and consented, and the proximity to the development boundary of the principal town, it's therefore considered that this would be an appropriate location for a single dwelling. Then moving on to other considerations. So in respect to visual amenity, the existing dwellings in the vicinity are single story, as is the proposal. The plot size of the proposed dwelling is also reflective of the surrounding area. Due to the lack of detail provided regarding materials, a condition is proposed to be imposed to secure this information. Moving on to impacts on residential amenity, the proposal is considered to be of an appropriate size, scale and distance from other properties, so it would not result in a detrimental impact on the amenities of existing neighbouring residents. In respect of the amenities of future occupiers of the dwelling, the size of the accommodation and external amenity space is considered to be acceptable, and all habitable rooms are shown to be served by adequate levels of natural light. To further protect residential amenity, environmental health have recommended conditions in respect of external lighting and land contamination reporting. We then move on to considerations in respect of highway safety. So the Highways Authority have referred the application to standing advice. It's considered that due to the adequate off-road parking provision that the proposal is compliant. Considering the access onto the highway, so the proposal seeks to use Broadlands Lane. And whilst this track does not adhere to the recommendations within standing advice, given that the access is already used for a few dwellings and it's of a good standard with good visibility onto Spaxton Road, it's considered that this is acceptable and that the proposed dwelling would not be prejudicial to highway safety. Moving on to ecology considerations, a condition is proposed to secure a biodiversity enhancement plan and have those features which are within that plan installed prior to the first occupation of development. The site is within the area of an archaeological site, and South West Heritage have reviewed the application and have raised no objection. It's therefore the officer's recommendation to grant planning permission with conditions to secure details of materials, the BEP, land contamination reporting, and appropriate external lighting. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have two speakers on this application, and first one is Councillor Slocum, please. You have 3 minutes to start. Let us know when you want to start. Thank you.
Ready. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. We just first of all wish to say that we have no objection to the application and the development itself. That is not the issue here. If you have the 2 lanes there are 2 lanes, Broadlands Lane and there's Merridge Barton Lane, that almost run parallel to each other. Whilst this application has been identified as only going down Broadlands Lane, the worrying thing for the residents that live in Merridge Barton is that sometimes the resident that uses Broadlands does go over to Merridge Barton. So what we're basically asking, it's a bit confusing, but if you go and see it, which you don't want to, but you know, because I've made it very clear. But obviously the potential use of them being able to use Merridge Barton is not something we want. To be able to go down to Broadlands. The issue is as well that the land is owned by several people. So the land issue, and I do appreciate this is a civil matter, but we are leaving residents with an untenable situation where they're dealing with this after. And I do appreciate that's not planning. But what I would ask for, what my colleague and I want really, we wanted to know if we could have a simple condition to this application that would secure Merridge Barton Lane could not be used for this, for further forthcoming applications on the adjoining site. There is another application that's coming up very soon from behind. What we don't want to do is put Merridge Barton, which has 2 bungalows on already, very small lane. We do not want them to be used. So if there's any chance of a condition so that Merridge Barton Lane could not be used and if further applications only use Broadland Lane only, this would make a lot of sense. And it would give the residents of Merridge Barton a little bit security, because it is a tiny lane and it goes over their property. And what's been happening is now it's been happening that the resident that lives on from where this application's from has gone in a gateway and used it. So I'm trying to sort of allay any fears, make life a bit easier, no more wars. So I'm trying to say if we could make sure that, thank you for this application using using Broadlands Lane, but I just would like the condition that this application cannot only use Broadlands Lane only. I think that's what we're asking for. That really would make this issue that's gone on for so long a lot better. Hope that's made that very clear, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll leave the room now. We have one more speaker on this, and this is the agent Trevor Spurway, please. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Trevor Spurway, and I'm a chartered architect with over 40 years of experience here in Somerset. The application before you is for a single bungalow alongside Queenswood Farm with access from Broadlands Lane. There's a strong demand for bungalows as the demographic growth in the elderly age population continues. And the pattern of development in the area, as highlighted by the officer, is typified by large bungalows, detached bungalows on larger plots. And these adjoin the site to the east, the south, and to the west. That pattern of development will change as the site immediately to the north, where construction has recently started, provides over 250 new homes. The local context will also be modified when the new school is erected on the allocated site to the west, on what is now open farmland. The new bungalow does not create any overlooking, any overshadowing, and has no impact on the strong existing boundary hedge to the north. To support the application, an access statement prepared by highway consultants was submitted, which demonstrates that the additional dwelling can be served satisfactorily by Broadlands Lane and safely at the junction with Spaxton Road. The applicant and owner was a trailblazing green energy company before it became mainstream, and they will continue their philosophy with this dwelling. In conclusion, the proposed bungalow can best be described as an island, as we've seen on one or two of the other applications this afternoon, surrounded by existing development on 3 sides and soon to be bordered by more development on the 4th side. I ask that you support the officer's recommendation to approve the application for the bungalow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spurway. Would you like to respond to Councillor Slocum's points, please, about access? Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so just for context, the Merridge Barton, sorry, I moved my cursor. Merridge Barton, is it Merridge Barton Close or Drive? The road that Councillor Slocum was referring to, Merridge Close, okay, is this thing here. So you've got Merridge Close, and then there's a private road. So Merridge Close is an adopted highway. You then have a private road that serves these 2 dwellings here. There is a gate here, but there is mostly hedgerow here. And then you have Broadlands Lane here. So for this section, they do run parallel to each other. We cannot condition to prevent someone trespassing onto someone else's land. That is a civil matter. So the issues that Councillor Slocum has raised is a civil matter and falls outside of the planning system. You know, if they were to end up using that road, it's a private access, and like I said, that would be a civil matter and addressed accordingly. So I think hopefully that's covered, yeah, the points that Councillor Slocum made.
Thank you for the clarification. Any speakers, comments, questions? Can I just ask a question about the point you just raised, and sort of the 2 lanes almost, they're going parallel to each other, aren't they? Did you say there was a hedge between the 2?
Yeah, there is a hedge. There is a gate, but it is mostly a hedge. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what's this one? That one?
So just make it clear what you're looking at.
Sorry,
Okay, so we're looking at Google Street View. So that is the approach to the Merridge Barton Close. And there's the gate there, but then that hedge is the boundary with Broadlands Lane.
So how does one,
For confirmation, the image that you've got up is the turning head.
sorry, I'm looking at the Google Maps thing of the entrance to.
If you go back to the,
whatever that road is. Apologies, I just don't understand the parallel thing.
Okay, so where you're looking, Matt, is down here. So that bungalow there, the people sit outside it, is this bungalow here. Oh, hang on, let me move my cursor. Is this bungalow here?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that curve is to go up. Hang on, sorry, Don, I can't see my mouse. Could you move a little bit, please? Thank you. Oh gosh, where's it gone now? Oh, okay. So then that curve is this here, and then that hedge in the image, sort of behind those conifers, is the hedge that separates the lane from this access. So that is two tracks, essentially, running side by side, but you cannot cross over. There is a hedge, and it's private.
So how does one get from one path to the other path by accident?
There is a gate, but I don't
by opening a gate.
by opening a gate.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, that's really
That's okay.
clarified, thank you. Councillor Hendry.
That was very clear. Thank you, Chair. This whole thing about access on lanes, as everybody's pointed out already, is a civil matter. It's nothing to do with planning. So you can sit here all afternoon debating about it, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's just beyond us. I cannot find any fault with this at all. I think the architect's doing an absolutely cracking job on that. People who own the land have done the right thing. No problem whatsoever. Happy to do the recommendation and propose that permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Filmer?
Yeah, as Councillor Andrew said, I think in terms of the roadway, it's, if they want to secure the gate so it can't be gone through, then that's up to them to do privately, but that's a civil matter. Could you just show us the plan which just shows where the development is going to the north? So again, as with the previous ones, this particular plot ends up completely surrounded by significant development in all directions, so happy to go with the secondary, the recommendation.
Thank you. So we have a proposal and seconder to approve the officer's recommendation to grant permission. All those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Would somebody like to go? Back to
Lock the doors, lock the doors.
I shouldn't bother, Brad.
Isn't.
Yeah.
He didn't realise it's that.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Members, we'll just take a 5-minute comfort break. If some advice, the next application may take a while, so now's your opportunity. Thank you. Okay, members, we're now ready, I think, to resume the meeting. So we are at agenda item 13, page 179, and this is the application for land off Batch Road, Puriton. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, yep, land off Batch Road in Puriton. So the application is retrospective for the change of use of land to a private gypsy and traveller site to include 3 pitches, each pitch to have a mobile home, day room and a tourer, also parking provisions and associated works. So the application is being heard at committee as the officer's recommendation is contrary to the view of the parish council, and following the application being referred, a representation from the ward member asked for the application to be presented at committee. So these are the policies of the local plan that are relevant. So the application site circled in yellow is located approximately 700 metres north of Puriton, and to the west of the site you have the M5 motorway. Zooming closer into the site, the application is a field, with existing access onto Batch Road to the east. And that aerial photography actually shows, some of the development that's happened so far. So you can see that to the south, there is already, a mobile home, but we'll come on to that with site photos, discuss it further. So this is the proposed site plan, so showing the 3 pitches, each with mobile home, day room and a tourer caravan. The scheme also includes the creation of a play area to the west, and the site would utilise the existing vehicular access that runs along the southern boundary. Each day room would measure approximately 7 by 6 metres, finished with render and cement fibre slate roof. So we then move on to photos of the site. So this is a street view photo taken from June last year, so it is fairly recent. And this is as you travel along Batch Road, approaching the site from the south, with the vehicular access shown to the left. So we then move on to views from within the site. So this is facing the southernmost plot, the one that you can see on the aerial photography. And then as you pan round, there's wider views of the site. So that structure there is where one of the plots would be. And then as you sort of other views of the site towards the north, adjacent to the site, there is another access with a static caravan in situ, but this part of the land does not form part of the site. It's outside of the red line. So before we sort of make an assessment as to how supportable this scheme is, it's quite important to bring your attention to the Withy Road decision. So in 2016, permission was refused for a gypsy site, with one of the reasons relating to inappropriate development within flood zone 3A. An appeal was made, and this was allowed on the basis that the site would not flood in a defended scenario. There were no parts of the site that were at lower flood risk. Flood resilience measures were to be used, such as the raising of floor levels, and there is a lack of alternative sites within the district to provide the gypsy site, and that there was a level of outstanding need for, and the lack of, a 5-year supply of pitches for gypsies and travellers within the Sedgemoor district. It should be noted that since this decision, there are examples of other applications for similar development in the flood zone that have been granted due to the conclusions that the inspector made in respect of the Withy Road decision. So we then come back to the application that is currently under consideration. So the site is in a countryside location where development is strictly controlled unless there is a recognised exception. As of April 2024, accounting for pitches that have been granted and those that are under consideration, such as the 3 sought for in this application, there is still a residual need for 8 pitches to be provided. On the basis that the LPA is unable to demonstrate a suitable supply of pitches and there remains a demonstrable need for pitches, it is considered that there is a justification for an exceptional need that allows for this countryside location. We then move on to the specific gypsy and traveller policy D8 of the local plan, and this sets out criteria that development should comply with to be supported. And it's considered that this application meets that criteria, as whilst the site is in a isolated location, the distance from Puriton is not significant to the point where it's not considered reasonably well related, and there's still, good access to the services and facilities that are within Puriton. The other matters relating to the criteria are now considered further when reviewing the other elements of the scheme. So the sort of next important point to consider is that the site is in flood zone 3. The Environment Agency are objecting. They have maintained their objection on the basis that during a residual or tidal event, the access to the site would become inundated and there is considered no safe refuge for the occupants. The Environment Agency state that in an upper end estimate of a 1 in 200 year undefended event, that the flood level at the site would be 8.23 metres above ordnance datum. The applicant has submitted several flood risk assessments, so each time the EA have commented, there's been sort of a response and negotiation. So in the submitted documents, it sets out that in a defended, and that, I think that's the key thing here, is that the EA talk about undefended, whereas the flood risk assessment has made an assessment based on a defended event. That in a defended tidal residual event and accounting for the flood defence that the M5 provides to the site, that a defended upper end estimate of a 1 in 200 year event would see a flood level of 6.6 metres AOD. The submitted flood risk assessment therefore suggests that the finished floor level of the statics be set 10 centimetres above this level, and a condition is proposed to secure this. Moving on to other sort of issues of flood risk. So the site is also susceptible from fluvial flood risk because of the adjacent reams. However, it's considered that this type of flood event would be at a lower depth than a residual tidal event, and therefore the finished floor level of 6.7 metres AOD would be considered adequate in this if this event was to occur. So yeah, it's noted that whilst the EA are maintaining their objection, they do state within their sort of most recent objection that they recognise flood risk is one element to the adequacy of a development, and therefore defer to the LPA to decide the overall suitability of this development. So considering the flood resilience measures that have been proposed, the modelling of a defended tidal event, taking into account the topography of the land and the M5, and also taking into account what happened with the Withy Road decision, which was overturned by the inspector. Despite the proposed use of the site being, incompatible with flood zone under national policy, we have to apply a balanced approach and assess the flood risk in respect of other matters, such as delivering enough pitches for gypsies and travellers. We then move on to other elements of the scheme. So in respect to surface water management, the IDB have referred the application to standing advice. So to ensure adequate management of surface and foul water, a condition is proposed to secure these details. In terms of design and layout, the proposed site plan demonstrates that each pitch is to be served by an appropriate level of external amenity. The site plan also proposes an informal play area, and there is also landscaping to be provided. And the level of landscaping is considered to provide a degree of privacy along with reducing visual impact on the rural location. Considering residential amenity as covered in the reasons why the site layout is considered to be acceptable, there's a good level of amenity space for future occupiers of the site. In respect of neighbouring residents, the site is in an isolated location that is a considerable distance from other dwellings. And it's also noted that environmental health have raised no objection to this application. Moving on to highway matters, the Highway Authority have reviewed the application and have recommended conditions in respect to the vehicular access to ensure that it's not detrimental to highway safety. And then in respect of the historic environment, whilst the site is within an area of an archaeological site, South West Heritage have raised no objection. So therefore, the principle of the application is considered to be acceptable given the residual need for pitches. The EA are maintaining their objection. However, they themselves identify that flood risk is only one element of the decision, and the need for pitches needs to be balanced against this. The submitted information sets out how the flood risk can be managed, and the raising of floor levels of the statics is considered to be adequate mitigation. In respect of potential impact on highway safety, amenity, and historic environment, the proposal is also considered to be compliant with policy. And the opposite recommendation, therefore, is to approve planning permission with conditions to restrict the use of the pitches to gypsies or travellers, to ensure the parking area is kept clear of obstruction, to provide a suitable access, removal of PV rights in respect of enclosures, to set the finished floor level of the statics to be above the predicted defended 1 in 200 year upper end estimate, to provide and implement a landscaping scheme, and to provide details of surface water and foul water drainage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We have one member of the public, the agent Angus Murdoch, who has registered to speak, but he's Leila, can you please advise? He's not here this afternoon, is he?
Thank you, Chair. He's he emailed me at lunchtime to say he had a dental appointment that he needed to go to, and he has sent me his speech, which to read out on his behalf?
Yes, please.
And I'm ready. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address you in support of my client's application for a 3-pitch travellers caravan site for his family, all of whom are local gypsies in need of an authorised site. This proposal attracts officer support following prolonged public consultation. The only reason the application is before the committee today is because the parish council objected on the sole ground that the proposal is significantly larger than others in the parish. As a modest 3-pitch proposal, the parish objection can be addressed by way of planning conditions. Approving this application would make a significant contribution towards reducing the considerable level of unmet need in the district, which your officers report sets to be of at least 17 pitches, whilst contributing to the 5-year supply of traveller sites required by national planning policy. In addition, the proposal complies in full with adopted development plan policy D8 in that it is of an appropriate scale, does not dominate the nearest settled community, promotes access to education and health services, has satisfactory highway access and parking provision, and is suitable in terms of flood risk. Whilst the Environment Agency objected on policy grounds, they conclude that they recognise that flood risk is only one element of the adequacy of the development, and they defer to the council to decide the overall adequacy of the proposal. The EA has not refuted the technical evidence provided by the applicant's flood risk experts, SLR, the same experts who appeared at the Withy Road appeal, that the site would be safe from flooding for its lifetime and would not increase flood risk elsewhere once subject to conditions to which the applicant has already agreed with officers. Finally, as an existing traveller family, long resident in the area who have considerable health issues, children enrolled at local schools, and there being no suitable alternative sites available, there are compelling reasons to approve this application. I therefore respectfully invite members to adopt your officer's recommendation and approve this proposal here today. Thank you, Dr. Lancaster Murdoch.
Thank you, Lola. Members, any comments, questions? Councillor Hendry, Councillor Slocum and Councillor Fillamon. And Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Can we go back to slide number 2, I think, yes, please? Could be the next one. Go on to the next one. It's the one that shows all the layout, the exact layout. That's the one there. If that is the correct layout, then that should be commended, because they really have gone to some trouble to do this, and the variance and everything that goes with it. I just heard somebody mention just now about the schools, the children go to local schools. Given there's only actually 3 units there, it's not as if we're talking about 15, 16, 17. It is only 3 units. They've already been there. Well, I presume they're there now, is retrospective. And as I said, if they stick to that, there was another slide I wanted to look at, but I can't remember which one it was now. It doesn't matter. It won't make any difference. It's okay. How things are without going into all the whole spiel about the highways, which actually appear to be okay now, and everything else that goes with it, just on balance, on slide 4, and everything's been said already. I think it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Slocum. Thank you. This, I just wanted to, this is retrospective, so it's already been passed.
It's not completed. So in the photos, you can see, so that static you see there, that's the southern pitch. So it has started, but as far as I'm aware, it has not completed.
Okay, I just wanted to say, it's for 45 pitches already have been passed on there. Is that right? I saw in the report.
No, not on this site, in the whole district.
And the whole district,
Yeah.
beg your pardon. Sorry. So this is 8 pitches.
3.
3 pitches.
There's a residual need for 8.
A residual need.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I mean, I have to say, the need is great. Nobody needs to disagree with that. And I personally feel we do need to have somewhere for our gypsy and traveller families, safe, somewhere safe, and somewhere where it's not too impinging on other resident communities.
residents rather, living near. So I would like to propose that we accept this, agree to this application, please. Recommend this application, whatever. Sorry, lost it completely. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Councillor Filmer.
Thank you. A couple of questions if I can. Just wanted to double check in terms of the flood risk, the 1.5 metre raising is just for the static. So the one that's there at the moment that you say is this retrospect, that looks like that is going to have to be raised from where it is at the moment.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so from looking at
So
that.
effectively, it's basically put in 1.5 metres above
Mhm.
ground level from what seems to be in there. So,
Yeah.
but the day room and obviously the caravan will be on ground level anyway. But the day room will just be at ground level.
Yes, yeah.
Great. The other thing I want to check in terms of landscaping, would that be number 4? So what it looked like, it's quite a mature hedge around the site anyway. So what is it that fits in?
The bits
in
the bits in the reddy brown colour, yeah.
Okay. And again, it was mentioned about a play area.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's just a sort of illustrative. We have had other sites in the past where we've got very excited about play areas that were going to be there, and then they didn't necessarily stay as play areas. So this wouldn't necessarily be set in stone in terms of the play area.
No, so it is an informal play area. I think it's, even if it wasn't annotated as such, it's still a good external amenity space that serves the pitches.
I was just going to expand on that. With the other site that we've had, I would caution members away from suggesting any conditions for the play area. It's not a policy compliance issue. It's nice and it looks nice on the layout, and they do have to deliver it in accordance with the approved plan. But we don't have any policy recourse if there are future applications coming in. But we will assess each application on its own merit when it arrives.
Two final questions if I could. One is flood risk. I mean, the East Huntsville one was in my patch, the Brent Knoll was in my patch, and the Lymsham one was in my patch, all of which ended up with the same situation. My slight concern is I wouldn't want us to be putting people in a position where they're at greater risk than we would accept on other sites. So we're happy having had the flood risk assessment done to the greater level that these sites are safe for people, because as I say, I would hate to be putting people into a position where there might be an intrinsic danger to them.
Yeah, so it's very, very detailed, the flood risk assessment that we've been given, all the information's there. There's a lot of data that's gone into this, with sort of modelling of the M5, looking at defended scenarios, and that is the key difference here. The EA talk about an undefended scenario, but there are tidal defences. So that was factored into the flood risk assessment submitted.
Okay, and the last one was the parish council raised issues about business use. There's no indication on that plan of any business use. But I didn't think I saw any condition in there stopping business use. Is there a reason for that?
The reason being that if they wanted to do a business use, they would have to apply for planning permission to do that.
Thank you for that. Questions? Councillor Martin.
No, Bob just questioned and answered mine. Thank you.
Councillor Hendry.
On the basis of everything I've just heard and what we've seen, I'm happy to move the recommendation to grant permission.
Well, we've already had proposal, Councillor Slocum, would you?
I didn't realise that. Yeah, I didn't realise that.
I
Sorry.
didn't realise I copped up, so I mean.
No, I'm sorry.
Councillor, seconded.
Excuse me.
Somebody seconded. Will somebody formally second it, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Right, yeah, so we have a proposer and seconder to grant permission. All those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, and that brings us to the final application of the afternoon. That's agenda item 14, page 199, regarding Chapel Farms, Lakeway, Wedmore.
The same. Thank you very much, everybody.
Cheers. We might need 6 years for this. Thank you very much. If my grandkids go to school, could be more educated than I am. Thank you.
Cheers.
Right, thank you very much. Are we ready to go on to the last agenda item? Lovely. Again, this one was previously staff's application, so I'm just presenting it on his behalf. It's erection of an agricultural building to be used as an implement store, and it is part retrospective. So you'll see from the site photos that some development has occurred on the site. The application is before committee as there's a parish council objection. The applicant has provided additional information and supporting information to address concerns originally raised by Natural England and Ecology, but the objection from the parish council remains in terms of the impact on the barn on the neighbouring property, contrary to D25, the impact of the barn relative to Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan, which is WED4, the natural environment, size and situation of the barn within the plot being overbearing and visually dominant to the occupants and nearby dwellings, and the implied use of the proposed building, potential to cause noise or disturbance to the occupants and neighbours. And there was also sort of more information sort of would have been useful in terms of potential future flooding impact, and a lack of detail in terms of rainwater drainage or surface water drainage. So the main considerations for the application is principal, visual amenity and landscape, residential amenity, ecology and biodiversity. The site is also within the phosphates impact area, but I'll come on to that in detail soon. Highways and transport impacts, flood risk and surface water management and other matters. So this shows the application site outlined in red. So the red outline is the footprint and access point for the proposed agricultural building. It's within the site of an existing residential property. So the main properties in this location here, and the proposed site for the outbuilding is in this location here. The neighbouring property Sunnyside is this property here. From the file, there is also sort of elevations and floor plans. So it's a standard looking agricultural building. It's due to be constructed of, it says blue, green or grey materials with a sliding door. Footprint overall is 8.28 metres by 9.14, just over 4.5 metres to eaves, and about 6 metres to ridge altogether. So in terms of location, the application site is just indicated by the red arrow on this slide. From this slide, obviously, you'll see this is the application site and the associated outbuildings. This is the neighbouring property, and there's one other dwelling in this location here, and a farm slightly further down. But beyond that, it's quite an open area. There's not much development immediately adjoining. So again, a zoomed in photo. So this just shows the character of the surrounding area. I'll bring members onto this in a minute, but note there's sort of two accesses. There's one access in here and a second access in here. So I'll show you that by site visit. And the access to the neighbouring property, again, is just here, and it sort of curves round. So the main neighbouring residential building is in this location here. So in terms of site visit photos, this is the view of the entrance to the main house. So the main house, you can see just beyond here.
That's not flipped over.
That's very last time.
Got it? Okay. And again, just if you're standing by the gate looking towards the house, that's the main house. You can just about see, but we'll come on to better photos in a minute, the framework for the proposed building in this location here. So from this viewpoint and from the street scene in this position, you can't see it, but you will be able to see it from the second access. So can you see the second access?
No.
Yeah. No, okay. I will try and speak slower. So the entrance to the site, so this is the old chapel, or the old sort of tin looking chapel. This is the framework for the building as currently constructed. And this is a slightly zoomed out view. So this is the secondary access point referred to earlier, the tin chapel, and then the building sort of somewhat set back from this angle. Let me know when you've got the next slide.
Yeah.
This is just of the area opposite, so you can see it's sort of relatively open, but sort of quite well treed along the boundary to the highway. And the next one. Yeah. This then shows the access relative to the neighbouring property. So this first one, so you can just about see the framework through the trees here. And this is the drive for the neighbouring property that sort of bends round, and similarly again, it's the drive that bends round, and this is a more direct view in between sort of these two trees from the neighbouring property. So this is the view from the front of the neighbour. And then the orientation of the neighbour. So this is their entrance in. You can see the drive bends round to here, and then you've got the main front elevation from this bit over here. So there is some distance between the two at this point, and it is quite screened to the boundary, but further landscaping is proposed as part of the application. So one of the main considerations is impact on the amenities of that adjoining neighbour. It's an existing farmstead that's up and operational. The justification that's been put forward for the outbuilding is for ancillary storage in connection with the existing enterprise. Currently, there's a lot of storage externally within and around the site. So the case has been put forward by the applicant that they would be using it incidental to all the equipment and machinery they've currently got out in the open. Given that it's not proposed to increase any animal or herding figures, it doesn't actually impact on the phosphates issue. In terms of natural environment, the neighbourhood plan does say development will be supported where it can protect and enhance the natural environment, and includes special character and biodiversity of the Levels moors and its greens, and network of historic lanes and their associated trees and hedgerows. So the case officer's view is that the agricultural building is relatively standard of what you'd find in an agricultural area. And in terms of ecology comments, there are a number of conditions that are recommended to ensure a betterment for the development. So in terms of relationship to WED4, apologies for the amount of text. The site is close to a number of statutory designated sites. It forms part of the UK BAP priority habitat and is directly opposite the SSSI. Ecology initially objected to the application on the basis of impact on protected species and proximity to a European site, and that insufficient information was originally provided to determine ecological impacts and likely significant effect as to whether it was going to have an adverse impact on phosphates, given the phosphates impact area. So they did recommend a preliminary ecological appraisal, which potentially suggested further mitigation. So the applicant provided the additional details and photographs to respond to the initial query, confirming that the building they were querying had been in position for over 4 years and replaces a building on the same footprint that had been there previously over 40 years. The original building suffered storm damage on a number of occasions and needed a sustainable solution. The current building is 90% complete with only the roofing and side panels to be put on, as per the photo. And there was not any roof voids on the structure to enable sort of nesting of bats. On the basis of the additional information, Ecology withdrew their objections to the scheme and suggested a number of conditions, including bat lighting, construction risk avoidance measures, method statement, which is shortened to RAMS, and a biodiversity enhancement mitigation monitoring plan, both of which, all of which, and the informative recommended at the end of the report as conditions. This is just a photo showing another similar building using sort of basically transparent roof panels to provide light into the building. And then relative to policy G25, other than the applicant's dwelling, there's the adjoining neighbour, Sunnyside, which is situated to the north of the site. The agricultural building is proposed to be 45 metres to the south of that property and is within about 15 metres north of the applicant's property. Therefore, any impact on the residential amenity of both the applicant and the adjoining neighbour is considered to be minimal. The use of the barn would be controlled to be ancillary, which again is another condition recommended at the end of the report. And the wider site is also quite well landscaped in terms of hedging, trees and watercourses as existing, but would be supplemented through the conditions. The concerns regarding the size and situation of the barn appearing over bearing and visually dominant relative to the nearby neighbours. It is in the Levels and Moors landscape character area, but it's not within an AONB conservation area or setting of any listed buildings. It would have an appearance similar to what you would expect to find for agricultural buildings in this location, and have a height of just under about 7 metres to the ridge. So it would be no taller than the applicant's existing two-storey dwelling. There are also other agricultural barns and buildings within the wider site, so it's not considered to appear out of keeping. The storage building was considered by the officer to also be consistent with the stepped building lines within the area, with the residential properties being staggered at different levels within the site. And it wasn't considered that it would have an adverse impact on the neighbouring property. Views of the building would be fleeting, so you would get a good view of the building from the second access point. You'd only get an obscure view from the first access point. And in terms of wider impact, it's considered to be quite well screened. And there are a number of conditions to control that. In terms of flood risk, it is in flood zone 3A. It's not being used as any residential accommodation. It's just for ancillary use in connection with the farm. It is outside Wedmore development boundary, but it is supplementary development to the existing farm. So again, it's not considered to be out of keeping in principle in terms of location. We are satisfied that there's no area of lower flood risk that it could be cited. And the area already has an area of hard standing, so it's not considered that the proposal would give rise to any additional sort of surface water flood risk. Notwithstanding that, the ACTBRU and the civil contingencies and EA were consulted and have either raised no and have just raised no objections to the proposal, but there are again a number of flood risk related conditions proposed at the end of the report. So in conclusion, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable with an ancillary outbuilding relative to the existing farmstead. The visual amenity and landscape is, I think there will be an impact, but it's considered that the landscaping proposed and the position and obscure views would limit that degree of impact. There's one neighbouring property that does provide windows looking directly towards the outbuilding. Given the ancillary use of the outbuilding and the existing use adjoining the site, it wasn't considered that a storage building in that location would cause any undue impact. Ecology and biodiversity is covered by conditions. Phosphates aren't triggered because it's not anything that would result in any increase in phosphate loading. And highways and transport haven't raised any objection to the application, and flood risk and surface water management is covered by conditions. So in conclusion, the application is recommended for conditional approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dawn. We have one speaker, Ms. Isabel Beacom. If you'd like, thank you for your patience this afternoon. And you've got 3 minutes when you'd like to start. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am here as a representative to give some context and local knowledge to the planning application at Chapel Farm. The relevant history quoted in the referral report is wrong. The reference number related to the land and buildings at Limpshan and should be disregarded. Parish Council considered the application in the context of the business plan, landscape and size, giving rise to the material planning considerations. The history of this building is that it was once a modest glass house and sold plants. The glass house and sheds were dismantled during COVID and a gable structure was built. The parish council is concerned that there has been no proven need by the applicant for this agricultural building. The applicant owns a large plot with a hodgepodge of numerous buildings on his land. And the question is, why can't one of those buildings be used as an implement store? To pass this application would set a worrying precedence, as other recent applications for agricultural buildings, such as 50-24-11 and 50-23-61, have had to provide documentation showing justification for new agricultural buildings. We also have concerns that this is a particularly sensitive location. It is surrounded by SSI areas of Teelham and Tadham Moor and West Ham Nature Reserve, Somerset Levels and Moors Ramsar. Why has an HRA assessment not been completed? No scale screening assessment has been carried out, with the watercourse only being a few metres away from this new storage facility. The application is contrary to D19 landscape, which seeks to protect and enhance the natural environment wherever possible and resist development that may have an adverse impact on its character, as well as ensure that the proposals enhance and conserve the natural beauty of any AONBs. The landscape will be changed forever with this solid structure standing 6 metres tall, 9 metres wide and 18 metres long, made from blue, green and grey box steel. The siding and landscape is visible from publicly accessible vantage points and will affect the immediate setting and characteristics of the wider local area. The application is also contrary to policy D25, protecting residential amenity. Any development that would result in the loss of land, of recreational land or amenity value and the unacceptable impact upon the residential amenity of the occupants should not be supported. This includes the loss of privacy and overlooking, overbearing and visual dominance, loss of light, noise or disturbance. The new solid wall structure okay, I didn't get to it all, but thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dawn, would you like to respond to things that have been raised by Isabel on behalf of the Parish Council? Thank you. I mean, one of my thoughts looking at this application is that the materials are a little bit unclear in terms of what material finish is being proposed. If members were satisfied with it, I would suggest maybe adding a condition controlling it to be green finish, because that would be more in keeping, less impactful than I think the other ones. In terms of conditions, there are a number of conditions at the back of the report. So the ancillary use, so maintaining it in connection with the existing use of the site, is condition 2. We've got surface water, flood risk mitigation as 3 and 4, lighting for bats, the ecology conditions as 5, 6 and 7, and a landscape plan for 8, in addition to all the informatives. Subject to the additional information that came in, ecology was satisfied subject to those conditions and didn't need to undertake the HRA because of the nature of the use, and the HRA was potentially necessary because of the phosphates impact, but because of the ancillary use of the building, it didn't need to be undertaken. The impact on those designated sites was considered as part of the ecology and natural England responses, which end up being favourable. Don't think I've missed off anything else unless I've missed anything.
What was the application that was in Limpshire?
Oh, apologies. I don't know, because the address isn't actually on the, I'd have to look up each of the reference numbers. So I apologise if that is the case, but actually no, that will be the case because they're all 31 reference numbers. So yeah, those 3 have obviously been left in an error. So they're referring to a different case. So please do not consider the relevant history in the report. It refers to Limpsham rather than Wedmore.
Councillor Slocum.
Thank you, Chairman. Could we go back to the picture of the resident's home, the home against the build? Please.
So that's the neighbouring residential property.
And there's another one that's just on the side, just. there's another-
Yeah, so if I just explain this one first, so the vehicle access is here, swings round and then goes to the boundary. There's a dip down here. This is the boundary. I'm on the wrong screen, sorry. So the access goes in, swings around here. Obviously, you can see the land level dips down here and there's sort of landscaping along this edge. You can just about make out the frame in this location. And then beyond that, closer views of that is this one. So again, this is still the neighbour's driveway where it bends round. That's the tree screen, the side, and then again, sort of that's the edge of the framing here.
There was another one, wasn't there? There was another picture.
There's that one. There's one across the front of the property, the applicant's property. So that's from the second access. This one's from the first access. So that's the main property, and then that's the frame in the background there.
Could you go to the next one again where it shows the, sorry.
That one?
No, the next one. One there, yeah, that'll do. I was just, if I may, Madam Chairman, I really, I have to say, I do have some sympathy with Wedmore Parish Council, the lady that's just spoken. You could put that green, red, or with the greatest respect, whatever colour you like. I still think that's really obtrusive. And that visual dominance that you'd be looking out on to my way, and I appreciate the work that's been done with all the other areas, but it's the visual dominance that I cannot agree with. And I would like to propose that we, apologies, go against the officer recommendation that we refuse this. Please.
Okay, thank you, councillors, though, and that's noted at this stage. Are there any other comments or questions before we proceed? Councillor Bolt and then Councillor Filmer.
I must say, I thought that there was another photo after that one which showed, it did look to me on one of these, on one of the photos that it did appear very in your face, for want of a better word. I'm trying to figure out, is the actual roof height on there, or is that just ready for the beams and the roof height is on there? I can see it on there. But I'm just wondering, was there any other documentation, a photograph or anything of the structure that they've replaced? They're saying it's on the same footprint, but what height was it?
Yeah, I don't have that information. From the information I have, it looks like there was a previous structure of a similar size of the same footprint in the same location, but I don't want to confirm that that's absolutely the case without getting further information. This application is enforcement generated because obviously it is partially constructed. If there are concerns by members in terms of size, scale, positioning, obviously what was there historically will be a material consideration. What I would encourage, but it is members' choice, would be a deferral of the application to allow further information to be gained, so we could present the full case to members. Because obviously, if there is concern sufficient that it would be refusal, that does kick in enforcement. So we need to be clear that we've actively considered all material considerations if we're doing that. So apologies for not having that information to hand. But that would be my recommendation if members do have concerns.
I do have that concern in the fact that if it was a very low-lying building that they were looking over the top, as opposed to something now which is 7 metres. I'd be concerned about that.
Thank you. So we have councillor Filmer, councillor Martin, and then councillor Bradford.
Thank you. I've agreed with two speakers. This one I've got some concerns on. I mean, there seems to be, and I think from the presentation, we were told that there had been a building that had been there. This building had been there for 4 years and something else had been there for 40 years. But we heard from the parish council there had been a glass house on there. So it just something isn't ringing true on this one at the moment. So the scale of the building, again, the parish council raised the issue about justification. I mean, this is an implement store. It seems like a very substantial building to be an implement store. And I got your condition that I think you've got here to keep the use of it, but I mean, obviously that would stop any stock or anything going in there, but would that also preclude it being used for any sort of actual works to be carried out in? Because again, a building of that nature, that close to the next door neighbour, noise would be a particularly bad effect if they were going to do any work inside there as machinery. So it is that relationship between the residents next door and the sheer scale of this thing that I would have difficulty. So I would be happy to go down your line of a recommendation for deferral to get a lot more information on this before we make a decision, because as it stands at the moment, I would have to go with Jill as a refusal as an alternative to that.
I think, based on the information provided by the applicant, the use of the building should be for ancillary storage. I think from this photo, members may be able to see that there's quite a lot of external storage currently where a lot of things aren't undercover, and that was the given justification. But yeah, given the sort of issues in terms of the planning history being inaccurate and a bit confusing in terms of what was there previously, I would recommend a deferral for further information.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A comment on councillor Bolt's comment, actually. I remember this building. I went into that greenhouse once, and it may well have been the same footprint, but it was nowhere near as high as the proposed building. Rather happily, Google Street View is from 2015, and it shows a bit of the existing building through the trees.
You show that. Let me have a look.
Also, the excellent example of the Tin Tabernacle that the house is named after, which is rather nice. I only saw one previously in Sheffield. Been trying to buy one for years. He won't let me have this one now, will he?
Given the IT limitations, I cannot currently do it with this laptop.
Can I suggest the recommendation is deferral, that that image could be included in next month's.
Yeah, I think as part of any resubmission back to committee, I think we will batten down in terms of what the need or justification is in terms of the footprint. We will also look at historic and more recent Google aerial photos to get a better idea as to what existed on site previously, and see what street view photos we can get of evidence and approach the applicant for the same.
Okay, councillor Bradford.
I think it's a good idea to defer it, and I think that's why those councillors in that months between now and then. We know the exact address of the place. We can go and have a mooch and have a look at it for our own eyes. In their own time, not official, quiet mooch. And we'll all know what we're talking about. We're looking at pictures, we're looking at Google, we're looking at this, we're looking at that. So somebody go in there and grill. Do it, you don't want to do it, so that's all right. There's people here, you know, do it, he won't stop, you don't go, and that's how it will be. Right, yeah.
I never said a word.
Right.
I think the biggest challenge with that may be that actually the views from the public vantage points aren't significant, and actually the view that you need is probably from the neighbouring property. But you are not able to access the neighbouring property as an individual councillor, because it will suggest you may be skewed in one way or another when it's back before you for consideration. But what I will do is when we resubmit it, we will resubmit it with a lot more further information.
If you're that concerned about it, we all want
Unless
to
you
all
want
go on
to
a site.
formally
visit.
go for a
Officially,
site
that's
visit.
how it ought to be.
Before we go any further, councillor Slocum, are you?
I'm just slightly confused because I chose to refuse this. I feel very confident that this building is too big. I really do. I respectfully say that because I know the deferral for the information, but I also think that it would have been nice to have had the previous information here in front of us to have been able to say what was, what is. I still feel that a building 7 metres high, looking visibly at somebody's home, I just think it's just, I feel very confident to still stay. Now, nobody may back me, but I feel very confident at this stage.
Okay, so that proposal stands. Is there a seconder for councillor Slocum's proposal to refuse? Unfortunately, you can't, I can't vote.
Chair, if nobody else will,
I'm not going to second you, I'm going to make a counter proposal. We're all discussing this quite a period of time.
Well, before you go any further, councillor Bradford, I just need to see if this proposal stands or fails. And then we will move on to alternative proposals. So I'm still looking for a seconder
yes, Chair.
for refusal.
If nobody else willing to stand, I will second John on that.
Okay, so we have a proposer and seconder for refusal. All those,
Can we just,
sorry.
clarify the refusal reason for going?
Yeah, we.
Yeah.
Councillor Slocum, councillor Martin, specific reasons for refusal.
Over visual dominance to the nearby property. D25. Impact on the amenity.
Yeah, I accept what the reason would be in the event of refusal. My parting comments to members before you decide to vote on this is that a material consideration of the degree of impact will be what has been there historically. And you don't have that before you at the moment. So what I don't want is I don't want to find myself in an appeal and then someone show me a photo of something exactly the same size, exactly the same footprint, having exactly the same impact. I'm not saying that's likely, but I don't know. And because I don't know, that's why I'm recommending a referral. But obviously you've had the proposal to refuse, you've had it seconded, so I will leave you now to vote. But that.
Can we just clarify the refusal reason
I think the reason for refusal from councillor Slocum is basically size, scale, proximity to boundary and impact on neighbour as a result.
That's exactly what I said, similar.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I have to take that as that's been proposed and seconded. All those in favour, please show.
And 1, 2.
So that's 2 for, those against, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
Any abstentions? And 1 abstention. So that has failed. So I'm now looking for another proposal. Yes.
You proposed it with all the forms as deferral. You proposed a referral. Yes, you did. No, I didn't do that. Yes, you did.
Did that?
Yes, you did.
In that case, I will stand by my proposal for a deferral.
Councillor Martin.
Yes,
Because
because there are inaccuracies in the report and to fully investigate background information in relation to that's material to the application before us. Yeah, is that true? Okay, so I need a seconder for that. I think Councillor Holt was first. Who caught my eye first anyway. Okay, so this is for a deferral. All those, Councillor Bolt.
Sorry, Brian Bolt.
Yep, sorry. So all those in favour of a deferral, please show.
We'll do it because we may as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to defer.
So that is unanimous.
No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Any against?
I'm against. Oh, I didn't realise it was coming down actually.
Okay, but so that carried out, that carried for deferral.
And the reasons for deferral being?
further investigation as part of the report was inaccurate.
Yeah.
For further investigation to the merits of the case before us.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Thank
Can
you,
I
Matt.
just ask what the closest way down? What's the actual address of the place?
No, we're not going to tell you. You're not moved.
It's
Chapel Farm. Chapel Farm. Chapel Farm.
Agenda.
It's on the agenda.
I did it, but it wasn't.
That's been the final application. I now declare the meeting closed and thank members for contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the merit.